they seem to be rushing through their shots.
Yeah. They're playing long before the ball reach, yeah. It's an easy pace wicket.
Certainly, these two batsmen are comfortable coming forward, and they've played really good through the offside. Um, but I do think it's more of the slow nature of the wicket why they are struggling with these short deliveries. They have shown that they can pull and cut.
I'm eager to see what the spinners would look like. I understand that Jamaica has a very good leg spinner in the armory in Timari Redwood. He has had some success at the regional level, picking up a 7 wicket haul against the Windwards as his best effort. And as I said before, this pitch offers help to the spinners. As you see, there's no help to the pace at the moment.
And then the question therein lies: how quickly does Jamaica turn to spinners? Because these two batsmen have gotten off to a really good start. They're scoring at a good clip, and left to be seen how quickly we'll see the introduction of that man, Redwood.
James again to Gale. Gale is covering up, pushing out into the offside. No run. Much better line. Now room to expand. Score remains on 32.
33.
33. The extra, the wide carried it on to 33. My from experience playing at this ground many moons ago. Many moons ago. We didn't wait. As soon as the ball got a little bruise, in comes the spin.
Yeah.
The gentleman sitting beside me had a son playing in those times, and he used to relish playing at this wicket. Of course, we on the wrath of the pacemen who got about 2 overs each. But here is McKenzie looking for that edge again. This time, Gag is watching it going by harmlessly.
Certainly seems that Roshan McKenzie is not getting much carry from his end for sure. That's the second time that the ball has
falls short.
Yeah, I'm wondering then if the wicket keeper and the slip needs to probably take a step
One step up. But then again, if he comes up a little more, there are some areas where it comes through. And caught in the air, down to third man, no harm. Away from many hands. McKenzie seems to be posing a little bit of a problem now because this is about the second time he has brought about an errant shot.
Yes, that one shot outside the off stump again. The batsman looking to crash that one through the offside, succeeding in getting a top edge to third man. So yes, there is an opportunity to score off the short deliveries. It's just, I think maybe it's the nature of the pitch that's causing.
Here is McKenzie. Edge again, but this time falling short of first slip. He comes across, knocks it down. In fact, he knocks it down with his chest. He's feeling some pain now.
Number 66, DeMarco Scott.
He seems to be the marquee slip fielder. He hasn't moved from that position since the game started. And there we were talking about taking a step up. Even if he had taken a step up, he'd taken it about ankle height at best. Here's McKenzie. Oh, this one almost yacked him. He took 2 steps down and tried to drive. One went through him. Produced a collective groan from the fielders.
Really took something to keep the batsman thinking about. Wide outside the off stump, umpire signal such. The score moves up by 1 to 35 now. So really good, scoring at a good clip, a good enough clip. And we want to remind our viewers that this is 50 over cricket. And so 300 deliveries to face.
and only about 6 overs gone now. 30 something deliveries gone, so you have a good deal of. Oh, and this one
Oh,
is put down. He was to his right. He dove all he was worth. Got hands to it, but just could not hold on. And McKenzie was threatening that all along.
yes, I think McKenzie would be really disappointed. He has taken the edge a few times, not carrying this one. I think Gill really played with a lot more conviction than the previous one. That's why the edge would have carried. And disappointing effort there by Scott. He really should have been anticipating that, considering what has happened before.
Yes, but that was a bit high as well too. He was going more or less into the second slip area. He flung himself to the right. Here's McKenzie again, trying again. Going right through this time when they're asking, nothing.
The end of the sixth over, scored 35 without loss. So really good over there by Washawn McKenzie. Getting the edge. A few times there was a delivery that passed close to the stump. So he's recovered really well in his spell. It's up to now the man Deshaun James to apply pressure from this end.
Well, he's into his fourth over. No sign of the spinners yet. There is James. An offer to the offside, but straight to the man at backward point. Got a favorable bounce as well. No harm done.
Field heavily biased to the offside. There's a man at slip, third man, backward point, extra cover, mid off, on the offside, and the leg side there's a mid on, a backward square, and a short mid on, a backward square, and a deep fine leg. So James certainly would be looking to target off stump and thereabouts. Misfield in the extra cover region just allows, well, should have been a single at least, but there was two misfields there by extra cover and mid off, allows two. So good running by the batsman, Gag and Gill, to capitalize on that misfield man at extra cover. Brian, verify that one, but the man at mid off is Kevandre Virgo.
Here is James into Gag. Another drive up to the outside, but this one is bouncing out to
Yeah, the captain is that extra
Barnes.
cover Barnes.
Yes.
So he certainly would be disappointed with the effort of that previous delivery.
So we have to chastise himself. So 37 without loss. This is seventh over. Gag is driving, missing, hitting the pad. A polite question. Negative response.
That one a bit straighter than the previous deliveries, and batsman missing the delivery going down the leg side is what the umpire ruled. I think there's one, sorry, three deliveries left as Gag faces up to James. One down the leg side. So James getting a bit straighter here, which captain may be questioning considering his field. He doesn't really have the protection on the leg side. So getting too straight can be dangerous.
But I understand what he's trying to do because he realized these batsmen are very competent on the outside. So he's trying to get it straight. He's just going a bit too much down the leg side. He wants to cramp them for room and to force a one shot.
This one shot. Ooh. Struck. Try to pull that one. Dropping just short of the captain there at extra cover. So these two batsmen, they have been hit and miss in regard to the short delivery there. I think that one took Gag totally by surprise. One nicely played to the man at the backward point. That 38. So they scored 38 without loss at the end of 7 overs. Have a small break in play here. Batsmen seem to be refreshing themselves and getting a message from the dressing room as well. So interesting that is happening within the first 10 overs. It would be interesting to know what that message would have been. Um, certainly, Roshan McKenzie certainly finding his rhythm now. A really good last over with a few opportunities in it. So he'll be looking to continue and hopefully get a breakthrough for Jamaica.
Breakthrough for Jamaica, that is the intention. That was the message from the Jamaican camp. Mackenzie to Gill. Tucks it down to third man area. Partially stopped by Redwood and then cleaned up by Redwood. One more one to the score. Now 39. On by 1 to 12. Gag, the more expansive of it so far, chops it down to third. Again, the man comes in. Chance for one out. A direct hit. And the finger goes up.
And that is a superb bit of feeling by Redwood. And interesting, he's the left arm Chinaman that he was talking about. He threw that with his right hand. And so that is a remarkable bit of feeling there by Redwood. Gets the breakthrough as
That had to be Gill. The man Gill.
like the message was for them to rotate the strike, but that was a really good work there by Redwood. And the first wicket falls for Jamaica, which is on 39. And so we see the introduction of Jab at number 3. And so first breakthrough for Jamaica via the run out route, and really, really good. Cannot understate how difficult that was, considering he is a left-hander.
Really good feeling. And it came from a route that we didn't quite expect. We were looking for Mackenzie to bite the edge again. New man facing jab. McKenzie. Outside the half stump. Shoulders, arms. No harm done. 39 for 1.
Jamaicans now with their tails up getting that wicket and would be looking to continue in that vein. Of course, scoring has dipped a bit these last few overs. Batsman looking to rotate the strike just to keep the scoreboard ticking over. So
We've only seen 2 boundaries so far. Those are the early goings.
in this one, Jan getting this one to third man off the outside edge. So McKenzie doing a really good job here, applying the pressure from the far end, but Jan ultimately getting off strike.
There's now Gag, who has been scoring heavily. He's on 20. Leaving that one outside the half stump. They're asking Ogis for a wide. He's not responding. Certainly some chopping coming from the US camp. Just into jab what he should and should not do. Kenzie. And then evenly over point area down to the boundary. We're looking for a boundary. We've gotten one. 4 runs from the man Gag, who has been aggressive all morning.
Good shot there by Gag showing intent to hit it over cover. Got it over cover point, the ball racing to the boundary. The third one of the innings. This score moving on to 43.
5-3 for 1 at the end of the over, and James will continue into his 5th over.
Adnit Jan taking his guard. Continues from the pavilion end.
Yes, umpire Prasad is happy that Gag has been well taken. Stand back, stands back to invite James to continue into his 5th over. Here we see now James up to the wicket now. Jab comes forward, defends back down the track. No one, no single. Mid off.
Rehearsing that forward defense. Looks played one really nicely. Textbook. See James marking over his run. Initially, he would have overstepped early in his spell, so probably struggling with his run up a bit.
And trust me, this is the easier end to bowl from. It should be smooth, but he's just overextending himself. As the other McKenzie has been asked to come back a bit at mid on. Short, rising, jab gets on top of it, tucks it into the outside. No harm done. Still 43. Jab is on 1. Gag, the opening batsman, is on 24. He has been aggressive. Has about 2 boundaries to his name so far. Here is James. Wicketless but toiling. Upright, delivers, outside out some wide, said Prasad.
So I think now is a good opportunity to get some deliveries to the new batsman. But you want to ensure that you don't give away too many runs. He has struggled with some wides in his spell as well. So certainly something that he would need to rectify as soon as possible.
And he has been wide on both sides of the wicket, wide outside the house stump and wide down the leg side. Certainly not having a good as time as McKenzie. James once again to jab, shot, tucked into the man that shot mid on, prevents the single. That's the other McKenzie, Nikolai McKenzie.
Bit of chirping going on. You can see the man at cover point coming closer to the batsman. That's having a bit of a word, a little argy-bargy there.
Yeah. Very effective type of cricket. So says the Australians. Shot down to fine leg. Safe in the arms of the man down there. Could be McKenzie down there.
That one a bit quicker. Jan, I think that one rushed him. Yeah, based on how fine he got that one, it seemed to surprise him. That shot delivery is there. Essaying a few shots of how he should have played it, but that one going really fine. So good delivery there by James, getting catching Jan off guard with a short delivery.
Yes, well, we've picked up that they're a little bit suspect to the short balls. According to one cricket enthusiast, who is really comfortable to good short pace bowling. This one is guided down to third man this time. More on the line of the off stump. And Garg was able to just stand tall, open the face of the bat, and guide it past the lone slip down to third man for 1 more one. There's no 45 for 1. Sorry, 47 for 1. James, wearing number 19. To jam outside the house stump, searching for an edge, searching for an invitation to play a terrible shot outside the house stump. It did not happen. Still 47 for 1 at the end of that over, at the end of the 9th over.
Yeah, the end of the 9th over. Good over there. There was a few extras involved, but once he gets it right, he's not a bad bowler, but certainly not at the let's say not at the level of McKenzie in terms of the pressure and the line. As we see a change in bowling, Kivandre Virgo, medium fast, coming from the far end.
Replacing McKenzie. McKenzie, who I thought had the better the spell of the two opening bowlers.
And this is an interesting choice, unless the captain would be looking to bring at least McKenzie from this end. But interesting change of bowler. But the Jamaicans and Captain Barnes would be hoping that this change brings a breakthrough.
But I'm anxious to see what Tamari Redwood would offer. Right arm medium pass, chop down to third man. Nikolai McKenzie is in attendance. So it's a ball back. 1-1 to Gag. And we're hearing the encouragement from the US camp. Good rotation, good rotation. Single on the first ball of the over.
And
Voga again. This time, Jam covers up, just tucks it ball back down the track into the mid-on area. Fielded cleanly. No harm done at that ball.
Interestingly, I don't think that there was much movement with the newer ball.
Here is Jab asking for a single, but it's not on. It's an impossible single as he just pushes into the extra cover area. The captain comes across and feels cleanly this time.
There's a helmet on the boundary now. I think we're going to see the introduction of spin very soon.
Oh, as I'm waiting for any closing fielders.
This one a full toss driven firmly to mid-off batsman trying to get a single, but not on.
A bit of miscommunication between the batsmen as that one was misfielded by McKenzie, the other McKenzie at mid-off. Another dot ball. Flick into the onside, a good looking shot. Ball is racing away to the boundary. Crosses now. 4 runs. Good looking shot off the legs by Jam.
That's a really good shot. It said time nicely, got over it and flicked it away in front of the man at backward square. He stood no chance. And the score now moving on to 52. So the 50 comes up with that boundary in the 10th over.
Yeah, still on about one of Bali, but they lost a wicket, and the score rate scored down slightly. This time he's back to half stump, and this time Jab is defending and defending well. And here comes the helmet.
And that concludes the power play, the first power play, I might add. So 52 for 1. I think the US would be happy with that start. Really solid foundation for them. Jamaica might be a bit disappointed that they were not able to take a few more wickets, considering early in the piece they were able to get a few edges. The breakthrough though coming via a really good run out by the man who is coming into the attack now, Redwood. And as you would have noted, Al, Redwood would have had 7 wickets against the Windward. So I too am certainly looking forward to what he brings to the table. Actually,
I think this is a right arm leg spinner.
So he's a right arm leg spinner.
And more than likely he has a googly in his armory. The helmet came out for the wicketkeeper. I think it's compulsory based on the rules that once the wicketkeeper is up to the stumps, he has to put on a helmet for safety purposes. I think that rule was introduced just a few years ago for health and safety reasons. But this is the interesting part. I like to see spin on this track. It's Redwood. Shot. It's taken a while for him to figure. Somewhat misfielded, slapped into the offside by Gag.
Probably would be disappointed that he was able to find the fielder there. There's no man sweeping on the offside. And so had that gotten to the infield, the likelihood of it going for 4 was high. Redwood shot delivery first up. Trying to
Again,
get it up.
it's a packed offside field. 6-3. 1 slip. Here is Redwood again. Tamari Redwood. He's reaching forward, defending his Gag. No harm done. 1-1 off of 2 balls. Score is 53 for 1. Redwood, he chips up the wicket, reaches the pitch of the ball, but could only defend. That one drops on him.
Seen 2 men out. A man at deep mid wicket and a man at long off. Everyone else in the circle.
Ball, that one taking out a portion of the bat, going into the gully area. Man coming on quickly and smartly indeed. No one. 2 more legal deliveries in Redwood's first over. A quiet one so far. Started short and was able to pick up his line quickly indeed. Again, there's Jab asking for a non-existent single. Then changed his mind. Redwood to Jab. Chips, hits at the full. Straight back into the trying up at the keeper's end. Seems if one out is their main weapon.
It seems that way. At the end of the 11th over, the score 54 for one. A really good start there by Redwood barring the wide. He's giving it some good flight. And with a slip in place, certainly giving that man the best chance of uh, getting a catch. As we see our drinks break.
Well, the umpires call for some hydration, and the batting and fielding team took the opportunity as well to rehydrate themselves. It's a pretty warm morning. It's June, the middle of the year. It's pretty hot out there, I'm sure. They've been perspiring and always advised to hydrate up to 2 to 3 liters water a day, and they're not missing out.
Yes, we see. So it is a drink break.
No, 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 shit is for me. Not you. I will continue. Yeah.
You need this one?
Where you get that from?
YouTube.
YouTube?
Yeah. That's again the
It is at all. Anyway.
5 hours we get.
Okay.
Anyway, the batsman out. He's still out. So the two angling, Gill is the one who's out. Gill was run out. So Jabba still batting. When the new fellow,
Jab is
Jabba's
Gaga is the one still batting on 20 something.
Gaga?
Come over here, we're gonna move.
Should have won like this for the other team.
I think it's on the phone. It's in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
Let's check in the chat. First picture.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it?
No, the one where you had before.
Luckily, it's a batting team, so
I think that one. Yeah, that one. I think that's the one.
batting team, and they will come in one at a time. You see? So you don't confuse us.
Okay.
So we resume with the match Jamaica versus Team USA, Team 1. Team USA on 54 for 1. As Virgo continues from the northern or corporate garage end. Virgo jump short, tuck down into the outside, down to third man. Nikolai McKenzie is the man doing the fielding.
Yes, good morning, Al, to our viewing audience. My name is Wilman McCall. I'm supposed to be the support to Al Edwards. uh, I wouldn't say I'm an adequate replacement to Vijay, but I might be able to describe that ball was well fielded there at short extra cover, driven nicely by
I was the captain. I was the captain feeling making amends on his earlier mistake. Straight drive this time, ricocheting after the boot of Virgo. Still no one, but a good drive this time by Gag.
My observation earlier was that the wicket is playing rather flat. The first three balls that were bowled, the keeper took them almost on the bounce, which suggested that the wicket was not favouring the.
I saw you in the background observing, so I was about to ask you what do you make of this game so far?
Ball well pulled there by the jab. It goes into the boundary to the mid wicket. Short delivery actually, a sitter.
Pull with disdain. Put away. He was asking to hit and got what he asked for.
First, I thought that the keeper could have been a bit closer to the wicket, given the lack of bounce. That's in the opening exchanges, and a couple of balls fell before they got to the first slip. Again, that ball is played through the mid wicket area. A man chasing from wide mid wicket almost. Well, he stopped it from going into the boundary. They have had 2 runs, so that means the line is a bit off as we speak.
Yes, and Jab showed that he was very competent in that area. He clipped one. He clipped one off the pad into the boundary earlier, and now they're going back on his pads. Unlike Gag, who is competent on the offside, Jab is showing that he's more of an onside player.
I thought that the Jamaicans missed a couple of opportunities, given edges were taken. And, the observation should have been made earlier that they could have brought that slip in a bit earlier, and eventually one went to hand and fell out. So they have not done themselves any justice. Now we see a spinner.
In the second over, this is Tamari
Redwood
had a good first over, but still, it would have been ill-advised to bring up the slips and the wicket because when the ball hits and take off, it
which
really
had
does.
happened.
But the one that dropped was about chest height. Here is Gag using his feet, making that one into a full toss, but could only get it back to Redwood. Prasad is not happy with Redwood, probably walking onto the area. He's driving again out into the extra cover area. No one. Redwood keeping it quiet. 63 for 1. Full hitting straight. No. Virgo cannot get to it. While dropping just short of Virgo. For a moment, I thought he would go to hands.
Yes, it was not well struck actually. It would have done him better if he had tried to go over. If not,
luckily for him, it wasn't well struck. He probably gone straight into the hands of Virgo. Here is Redwood again. This time he just turns it into the inside for a single. Can get 2. They're asking about it. Change their mind. As the captain got onto that ball, sorry, not the captain, but then Bins got onto that ball quickly and prevented the thought of a second one. 2 more legal deliveries. Redwood is calling them down the wicket.
Yeah, Redwood is he's doing a good job. This is his second over, I think it is, and he's not doing badly. It's a spinner's wicket, as far as I'm concerned. Therefore, he should.
Shot, asking for a catch of the wicket. There's no response from Prasad.
Well, a short delivery nonetheless. He missed it. He could have put it away if possible, but he missed it. Could have edged it, but no damage done. Redwood, much is expected of him. I understand. Speaking to the head coach, um, James, in my view, did his best. I think his line was a bit uh, off. He was a bit short on occasions, and McKenzie, McKenzie was the one who took a few edges here or there, and the opening exchanges for the Jamaicans, in my view, well, their line could have been a bit tighter, and the Americans, of course, took advantage of whatever liberties were given them, which is bad line, in some cases short, and most of it came between cover and third man, much of it, I must say.
His ball got chopped down to third man. Easy single. Here we are seeing that it's still a under 19 competition where the players have been instructed to all tuck in their shots. Shot ball from Vogo, covering up from Jab. No harm done. 63 for 1.
Ground feeling for the Jamaicans, well, touch and go.
That's where they got their first wicket from. Excellent feeling from Redwood. Oh, beautiful Yorker. Holding his head in dismay is Virgo, as that one did not keep through. Javi managed to come down on it right in the nick of time. John, jab on it.
Yeah, ball played out there too. Shot long off or shot mid off, and of course on the bounce. Well, let me say it's a bump ball as we call it.
Spectators catch.
Yes.
Lifted this time into the Cunningham Estate area. That one seemed to have gone all the way. No, one bounce, 4 runs.
Yes, about well pitched up. Of course, it was over pitched, I might say. So he got under it and lifted it up over long on for one bounce 4. Yes.
Well, Jab moves on by 4 to 12. He reached down for that one, got to the pitch of it, and lifted it over into the middle area. This time he's tucking it into the inside. Down to third man, they're looking for 2. It's not on.
I think the Americans are playing this thing as they see it, and not taking too many liberties there. But in my view,
Playing to their strengths.
that is correct, and the Jamaicans would have to play this thing whereby keep the runs minimal, and taking wickets seems to be a far cry, But
But they're trying because
would-
here we're gonna see another change, bowling.
they would have to keep the runs down and try to bowl the 50 minimally.
Voter Laws look like he's gonna come into the attack. He's a spinner as well.
Number 29.
Number 21. Number 21, left arms.
21.
Left arm orthodox, they tell me. Trail ball. Nothing down.
Laws.
His first delivery. Outside the off stump. Wide indicates Passat. Laws driven back to him. No catch, bump ball. Produced a smile. And here we are on drive. Out to long on. The man here long on is Vogo doing the fielding. 1-1. Chop down to slip area. No run. Gag is still on 36. He has moved along smartly indeed.
I'm looking at Laws and see what he's presenting.
Change his guard. Look like he's got a bat leg to open up the outside to make sure he's seeing what Laws is coming through. Catch and taken!
Yes, that was a short delivery. He thought about cutting. The ball made some height. He did touch it, and it went to slip where he was caught. I think Laws has made the break.
Laws has made the breakthrough indeed. It's now 70 for 2. As that the wicket goes down, the man Gag caught at the slip by the captain. Brian Barnes off the bowling of Laws. John? What you made? 36? Okay.
Yeah, Laws seem to present something different. It's a Chinaman because the ball was actually like it's like an off break. It hit, and instead of going away, cramped him for room. So as he went to cut, the ball made some height as well, and it touched the edge, and therefore Laws has created the wicket that the Jamaicans were looking for. The situation of the game is still very new in that this is what, the 13th over, am I correct? 12th or 13th over? This should be the 30th. Yes, and so, yeah, it's pretty young yet. Laws has just found his groove, and let's hope that we can see much of him, because the head coach thought between Laws and Redwood there would be some fireworks. Barnes. Some adjustment to the field, actually.
The captain.
Yeah.
There's some adjustment to the field. The long on has been brought a little wider. There's one that dropped and turned away from him. He played, missed, and the bails were removed, but he was well within his ground. And we're seeing the Jamaicans begin to chirp a lot more than they were a few minutes ago. We're seeing a difference in attitude. Like you said in the very early exchanges, that it's a spinner's wicket. This one is up. He's driven out to extra cover, and there is no run. That's the end of the over.
A successful over where the wicket went down. It's now 70 for 2. We brought to the crease Mr. Swithan. Swithan is known for a top order bat, very competent batsman indeed, dependable.
So Redwood comes to the.
Yes, I thought that he was going to put with the left arm from this end And they wait time for me to happen. Traditionally, that's the way it's done here.
You haven't spoken much about St. Mary's Keon, being someone from the area. I thought I would have heard much about Keon. And
Yes, well, I started on the pitch saying that it's traditionally a spinner's track, and it's proven me right so far. Here is Redwood being driven to the offside, and nice shot should not go to the boundary. The finisher get it now. Meanwhile, I've crossed for two. Sweet and jab, looking like he's playing shots on both areas. And I did say that Mr. McCall's son would have loved to be in here. He would have been bowling from this end, and the left arm, his twin partner, Otto, would have been on this end with Laws, the left arm bowler, and Otto is also a left arm bowler. So they're going to have their work cut out for them with these spinners, even though Redwood was just driven for two into the outside. Here comes again. Cut in the air, just beyond the fielder.
another chance created at this moment. The Americans do not like to be contained. It seems as though they are trying to cut loose again and get that freedom to play their strokes as they were earlier. But now the spin has come. At least it's creating a few challenges. Right arm leggy. Redwood seems to be creating.
Well, that one went to one of the shortest players on the field, and it's DeMarcus Scott. He was in the slips. He put down the ball. He put down the catch offered by Rashawn McKenzie.
Yes, in the slips.
And he was just not tall enough for that one. Here comes again. This time, Sweetan is covering up nicely. Not allowing Redwood to penetrate. Redwood with his leg spin comes up again from the northern end. Spins it. This time hitting it full on the bat out to the mid-on area. Gets one. Is Sweetan.
Misses length momentarily there, got too full, and just taking in the full and hit out to deep mid wicket. Wide long one, as you call it.
Back on the track. Just keeping them quiet is Redwood. If not, he's not penetrated, he had just one opportunity for a catch, but ball going to the shortest man on the field in DeMarcus Scott. Shot and slapped into the beating the fielder. Yes, beating the fielder. But he cut it off partially. They're able to put it back in. Meanwhile, 1, 2, and 2 is all they'll get. No, they're getting an overthrow. No, it's still no overthrow. Just 2.
Yeah, a comedy of errors, as you see. The fielder, he dived and it got past him anyway, but he took some speed off it. And the batsmen were turning for 2. That was not to be because the throw came in quickly. However, that 2 was off and went out into the outfield where it was recovered. What do you think about the ground fielding of the fielding team up to this point?
Well, let's certainly get some high marks for the run out by Redwood. They may come out average marks by the drop catch from Scott. But maybe 50-50. But here comes Laws again. With his gentleman. Catch! No, it went down.
It went down, yes.
Well, the Chinaman is bamboozling them.
Similarly,
I think they're playing him for a leg spinner, but the ball is coming back in. And we could see the pain etched on Law's face that went down. The captain wasn't able to hold on to it. He went backwards. The ball fell from his grasp. It would have been a big wicket of Sweetan. This time he's in a better measure, covering up, knocking the ball onto the onside. Here he goes again. Vital Laws. He has a wicket already. Driven down the track, full toss. Feels cleanly to his own bowling, preventing the man from getting away. Bowling to the same man all the time, and Sweetan. Sweetan is on 3. 17 is Jab. 2 batsmen gone. Garg out, and Amanda Gill out. It's it in the offside. A quick single taken.
I don't know if I'm seeing correctly. Does he have one that goes away from the right arm batsman?
We'll have to watch him. I think so. I think that's what they're playing for. They say they're seeing it. Here he comes again. He's driven up to mid off this time. Good clean feeling, but couldn't prevent the single. Ball was well placed and well paced.
And good running from the batsman at that point in time.
Laws, who had this man dropped, is trying again. Caught, and this time they're asking. No response from the umpire.
Yeah, again, the shot, that ball that seemed to them as it's going away, seemed to be confusing whether it's going away or coming back. And once you play at a ball that is coming back at you, by the time it gets to you, it is simply too close. And I don't know what the ball touched, but the keeper went up in appeal. The umpires would have nothing to do with that because there was no edge. But at least the batsmen are erring, in my view, by not reading the ball that's coming back at them. Even when it's short, they're trying to cut, and the ball doesn't give them the room to cut. So Laws is creating some problems. Let me welcome back Vijay.
Thank you. Thank you, Makal. And I was observing the change of bowling, and as you were noting, yes, it seems like the Laws doing a really good job from the pavilion end. Certainly, the batsmen are struggling to pick him, and dangerously, he seems to have deliveries that go both in and away. And this one turned into the leg side for a single. Score now moving on to 80 based on the scoreboard here on the ground. So a good job being done here by these two spinners so far.
Yes, they have stemmed the flow of runs. They've slowed it down and picked 2 wickets. And so Redwood bowls a full one. It's hit all the way for 4 runs, 1 bounce into a bad delivery from Redwood, which was overpitched and taken on the full by Jan. And it went all the way 1 bounce for 4.
Yes, and that is important for these two batsmen, considering these two spinners are getting the better of them at this moment. So it's important to dispatch the bad deliveries. And so good job there by Jan getting a boundary. Good leave outside the off stump there. Interesting field. They have the man at mid-on in the circle. So they are asking him to play against the spin if he wants to go over.
That is correct.
And this one well bowled again. What I have noticed as well, McCall, is that these batsmen are not afraid to use their feet. They have on occasion come down the wicket.
And that's important against a spin. You want the ball on the full before it touches down on the pitch.
Oops. This one short, keeping low, but well played and well fielded by the man at mid-on. He had to make up some ground, that one being hit in the almost wide mid-on region. So good work by him. And the score now moving on to 86.
The ball was actually dying when he hit it. Yes. He hit it pretty low. And it was short, and so the shot was there for the pull. But when he realized it was down, he still hit it and hit it well. And good feeling by the bloke who ran away from a wide long on close to mid wicket to stop that one from going over the boundary.
It's a good adjustment by the batsman there.
That is correct.
Really good adjustment. As Laws continues again taking the edge. So he's causing some panic between these two batsmen. They're really struggling to pick him.
One wonders if there should be somebody else apart from the captain at slip. If it takes a thick edge, the captain might not be able to reach it.
It I think Laws is getting it to spin both ways, and it's causing some trouble for the batsman. As you guys would have noted, the wicket of Gag, that one spun in, and the captain had to dive forward. More regulation opportunity burst to his hands, and so slip certainly is in play with Laws.
Yes.
This one turned nicely into the leg side, no run. There is a man at short mid wicket, along with a regulation mid wicket and a deep mid wicket. So they are looking for him probably to employ the slug sweep, which he hasn't done yet. They have not gone across the line so far. This one.
Wide.
The thing about leg spinners or wrist spinners is that there's always the risk of a short delivery.
Short deliveries, wide deliveries,
Yes.
sometimes over pitch one.
Yes.
They are more at risk of having mistakes than the others.
This one driven nicely to the man at mid-off. Again, the man at mid-off is in the circle, and they are asking the batsman to go over their head now. With Laws, that would be much more of a risk, considering that they are struggling to pick him. And so good move by the captain so far, though. And this one swept nicely, really good shot. The first time that a sweep has been employed against Laws and successful, there is the man Swithan.
Apparently, he read that one going down, coming into
Yeah.
into the offside, the onside. So he just helped it.
Sorry, it's the man Jan
Yeah.
who played that sweep shot. And interestingly, Makal as well, there is no man at fine leg. There's only a backward square.
That is correct.
And so they're asking them, okay, well, fine. If you want to take a risk, then you have to put your wicket on the line. And chipping nicely. So good battle here, Makal.
Yeah, the batsmen are not afraid to use their feet. They're not afraid to put away the bad deliveries once they're presented. They're not just pushy and blocking. When a good delivery comes around, they do respect it, which I think it's good discipline. Al didn't tell us much about Keon, but I could tell you this is St. Mary's Keon. If you look to your right, you can see a nice Atlantic Ocean. If you look to your left, you can see Mount, well,
Lamiga.
it's covered by clouds now,
Yes.
Mount Lyamiga. Very picturesque. We're about, okay, it started, the over started. I started.
This one just exploded off of a length there. Well played by the batsman to get a single. That's Switan playing that one. It seems to me, McCall, that there's some inconsistency in the bounce of the pitch. Some popping up off a length and some keeping low.
Yeah, but with the pacement, that was not evident. But now you can see it. Saving.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
I think it was McKenzie that was coming from the end there. And he did have some balls keeping low. There was some inconsistency. So, yeah. And
But,
this,
but there were two edges that he had that fell before it got
Yeah.
to the first leg. And in some cases, before the keeper was taking some of them, they were practically dying. So there's some inconsistency in bounce in the wicket.
this one floated nicely.
Uses his feet,
And-
drive it back to the bowler. I think that's quite
Yeah.
admirable.
As a bowler, though, you don't mind that because the batsman is taking a risk coming out of his crease. Now, if he can get one to just land before and rip away, then there's a stumping to be had, an opportunity for stumping to be had. This one turned nicely into the leg side for a quick single. So good running by these two batsmen. Smart cricket there.
Good cricket all around. The Jamaicans are trying to keep things quiet, trying to keep things their way, but the Americans are nudging and pushing and running. However, they have to be mindful of the first wicket that fell by a nice piece of work from Greenwood.
Redwood.
Redwood.
Redwood, who is now bowling.
No.
Yes. And this one driven to extra cover. So the end of the over, at the end of the 20th over, the score 95 for 2, USA men's 1. And we must then note that in the last 10 overs, they've only scored 40 runs. So a good job by the Jamaicans to
To
pull
hold
back
it.
the score in a little bit.
Yes. For
And
those of you who are not in St. Kitts or from St. Kitts, you may think we're doing it out of Bastille. It is actually done out of Keon. Keon is located 5 miles out of Bastille on the east coast,
yes,
and of course we we, we are facing the north of my fellow commentator. In fact, there was one gentleman off the field, Barnes,
the
the
captain.
captain, pulling up. There is some discomforts he's going through, so he's getting some work done by his therapist, and soon he'll be back. And in the meanwhile, laws will continue.
And this was a bit short this time and flicked to the vacant fine leg region. Batsman coming back for 2. That's Jan. So yes, they have done a really good job, these two spinners, in restricting the scoring and also with that pressure, getting a few opportunities for wickets. The batsmen have not been doing badly though. So it's a really good contest here at Keon. This one fielded by the bowler. Again, the man at mid-off is there, so he's looking to exploit that, but good feeling by the bowler.
Yes. Every now and again, Laws has the tendency to pull down one, and most wrist spinners do have that weakness, pulling down one, putting one too full, and in that case, it didn't cost them much or anything whatsoever, and the Laws will continue.
Oh, this one really a good length. The batsman seemed to be in two minds as to whether to come forward or go back, and played it well in the end.
Got the impression he was trying to go somewhere.
Yes, and the thing that I like about these two spinners, they're bowling with a good pace. That one flighted nicely again. So they are ensuring that the batsmen are working for these ones. They are tempting them to step out, but the batsmen so far have been good enough. And this one, loud appeal.
Another one, well, that one was short as well. He got back to punch. Apparently, the ball was coming back at him. He didn't realize. He missed it nonetheless, but a good delivery in my view. And the umpires negated the appeal. So there is this tendency for them wanting to punch. But once you're going to punch, the ball may be going away or coming back at you.
The good thing about Laws is that because he has the variation, even though it's short, the batsmen still have to figure out. And if they're playing it from the pitch, which it seems like that's what's happening, they're playing it from the pitch. So there's still an opportunity for him to get away with it because the batsmen still have to adjust for it spinning in or spinning away. Whereas Redwood seems to be just leg break. We haven't seen a googly.
We haven't seen the googlies yet.
And this one, a full toss, struck out to the man at deep mid wicket for single by Switan.
Sweetan.
Again, batsman advancing down the pitch, and that brings up the 100 now for the US in the 22nd over. And so scoring at a good rate, not too fast, but certainly not too slow either.
A good contest.
Yes.
in prospect, in my view.
Redwood again giving this one good flight and getting the outside edge, just falling between the man at third man and backward point. Or sorry, between point and backward point.
That's right. Redwood creating some uh, measure of discomfort, but not being able to get a wicket at this point.
And this one short again and hit to the man at cover. I think on a wicket like this, it's important to give the ball an opportunity to turn. And so you don't want to be too fast, but you also don't want to be too slow so the batsman can recover.
Just.
And this one, a short delivery and soft dismissal there by Jan, who played a really good innings, but just patting that one back to the bowler. Really disappointing end, McCall.
No. Huh? You see the problem, the ball was short. He could have gone leg side. I don't know if there was movement on the ball and he decided not to, but he succeeded and hit it right back to the bowler.
Yes.
And I've seen that many times in cricket. You get a short, innocuous delivery. You can go all the way with it, and for some reason, you second guess yourself and you hit it to someone. And in my view, that ball didn't deserve a wicket. But he got one anyway.
Yes, the bowler would not complain. The bowler wouldn't
would
complain.
not agree with me either. But in my view, it was a short delivery, and the batsman, in his indecision, played it back to the bowler, and he's out.
And again, as we were discussing,
You can't remember the. And when you ready, tell me now. Where the overs? Where the overs? Yes. Okay. Okay.
new batsman at the crease, Shivastava. And we were speaking to the coach of the US men's team one, and he noted that this player, Shivastava, is one to look out for. And so, well, he's certainly in the fire now, with these two spinners on fire right now. Played nicely. Yes. Gets off the mark, first delivery.
Yes. You know, when a player does that, first ball, it means that he has some confidence.
Yes.
And ball was on a good length. He simply got down to the pitch of it and worked it to the mid-wicket area for a single, which gives him the strike next over.
And the man now, Laws, would be looking to exploit the fact that he has to become acclimatized to the wicket. And as we have been saying, it's not the easiest wicket to bat on. It's not much pace in it, but it's still, there's some inconsistent bounce. And with Laws again getting deliveries to go both directions, certainly he's doing a really good job.
Whenever Al comes back again, he will tell you about Keon, the name Keon, and Green Valley.
This one too full, just stroked into the leg side, no run.
Yeah, that's a new batsman. So
yes.
You realize he didn't do anything extravagant with a full delivery.
And Shivastava looking to get forward. Well played there. Good forward defensive shot. He needs to take his time to get in on this pitch. And this one taking the edge.
Beautiful catch. Beautiful catch.
There seems to be, well, is it taken? The batsman is asking the question.
The umpires have not yet decided.
Yes, they are about to consult. From our angle, it's inconclusive. I think that it carried to slip, but I'm not sure.
Yes,
and yes,
which was
So
a good delivery.
yes,
You know, right up there. He kept coming forward, as you suggested. He came forward to that one instead of coming into him. That one was going the other way. Uh, and that's a Chinaman. That's what you call a Chinaman. Ali?
the one that goes away.
That's a
Yes,
normal,
yeah, the one. Yeah,
leg break.
yeah.
Okay. So instead of coming back into him, it simply held its
Yes,
own or went
yes,
away. And so he took an edge. The slip dived forward. It
and
was uncertain to us
yes,
where we are, whether he had gotten his hands under it. But the umpires who are in the best position decided it went away and he was out. Scott.
and that's a really good catch there by Scott. He had to dive forward. That ball
Dived
was dying,
forward. He
and
got his fingers on it.
as you were noting, McCall, the fact that the batsman is coming forward, yes, he's trying to smother the spin,
That is
but
right.
as we've been noted, if you have a bowler that's moving it two directions and you're playing it off the pitch,
Mhm.
there's certainly a danger coming forward that early. Because when the ball deviates now off the pitch, you're already set.
That
It's hard to adjust.
had to adjust. And he's not bowling really that slowly so that you can adjust.
Right.
The pace is just enough that when you try to make the adjustment, it's on you. And so I think Laws has done well. I think he has kept the scoring um, restricted, and he's creating problems for the batsmen, whether to come forward, go back, whether to cut, to pull, and in my view, a good bowler in prospect
Yes,
is
certainly.
Laws.
Certainly. I think any bowler that any leg spinner, any wrist spinner is always an asset to any attack because they may be inconsistent, they may be expensive, but they are wicket takers. They are some of the more potent wicket takers, and especially batsmen when the ball is moving away,
Mhm.
it's difficult for them to gauge. With him though, because he's a left arm Chinaman, first off, you find more left arm bowlers being orthodox, which is finger spinners,
Yes.
and the ball would come away from the right-handed batsman. Now he's doing something totally different, turning it into the batsman, but as well turning it away
Away.
without a change much
That
in the
is correct.
action, which
Yes.
is important because it's difficult to pick. Then there are some batsmen that are able to pick bowlers from the hand.
Yes, and there are some right arm spinners who have that ability to remember people like Abdul Qadir,
Yes,
a Pakistani wrist
yes,
spinner. He was dangerous. I mean, he went both ways at will. And when spinners are like that, the big problem with those spinners is control. How do you control not pulling down balls, not bowling too full? And Laws has shown that he has ability to control it. Let's hope that this guy can go from strength to strength. Um, the batsmen do have quite a challenge on their hands, and we're not speaking much of them, but they do have a challenge. Negotiating, whether the ball is coming back or going away.
as the new batsman coming to the crease, Mahesh, number 10.
Which one of them out is he? Sweetan.
Sweetan still in. It would have been yes,
Okay.
Shiva Star.
Shiva Stava.
John, is correct, yeah? 101.
101 for 4, the American first team. There are two teams in this competition, I'm told. This is termed to be the stronger of the two teams. No Laws in balls. Ball pushed away to point area, and they attempted a single, almost a run out, and then an overthrow. Then they do get a single.
Yes, it's
Play the ball short. They attempted a run. The ball was recovered and slight overthrow, which allowed the single nonetheless.
yes, and As we've been noting, they and as the old adage goes, once you get wickets, the ones dry up. And
Yes,
we've seen that the batsmen have struggled in these last few overs after the drinks break as well. The fact that there was a drinks break and wickets fell is
just
something
after.
for us
Yeah.
to make mention of. Normally, you do find that wickets fall after a break. The batsmen have to refocus, and Laws really bamboozling the batsman out here. That one a bit short, but the batsman being unable to pick it is not sure which shot to play, the correct shot to play.
And the bounce was a little
Yes.
bit high because the batsman is kind of diminutive. The bounce was more up, close to chest height. Whenever a cut shot is played, it cannot be played at chest height anyway. It's normally played like waist height or below. And whenever it's above that, the risk increases. And I think that ball where he cut and miss, I think it was a bit on the high side. Normally, if you're facing a pace ball and that happens, we see that flash going to point. But with this spin bowler, you don't know if it's coming back at you or going away. And so it creates this indecision, which in most cases produce a wicket.
And of course, with batsmanship, you need to roll your wrists when you play short deliveries to make sure that you keep them down. And so they have gone really hard, but not really compensating to keep it down.
Well, according to the books, when you're doing that, you need to roll. But
Yeah.
in actuality, if you ask most batsmen if they do roll, some of them do, some don't. Collis King would say, when you flash hard. And wherever it goes, you know. Um,
And that's the thing. There have been in the instances where the edges have not carried it. It's also because the batsmen have not been they haven't played it with too much conviction. This one full toss by Redwood, hit to the man at deep mid wicket. Fumble, batsman looking for two, but the fielder recovers, so just a single. Score now moving on to 104. And the captain looking to go over the top and is caught by the man in the circle at cover.
yes.
And so again, we must commend the captain for keeping the field in.
Yes, you see, if you let the feel out, singles become quite popular. You get a single almost every other delivery. But once the feel is in the circle, you are tempted as a batsman to go over them. And if you can't penetrate the field, you must go over. And when you try to go over, there is the risk, and then you can lose your wicket.
Yes.
I think it's a good mind game at play in terms of the Jamaican captaincy, trying to keep the field restricted, even though they have the option to spread the field abroad. They have kept it pretty close.
Listen, and and it's really good on the bowlers to back up the captain with the field by ensuring that they bowl correctly, the correct line and length. And as you would have noted, the man being in cover, and the captain Mahesh would be disappointed with that shot, considering that was his second over. Being out there again, these batsmen need to apply themselves. It's not a wicket that you can just come in and start swinging. You need to give yourself some time to get accustomed, acclimatized to the conditions that are out there. Now, of course, it's difficult with two really good bowlers, but they only have 10 overs between them, and it's important that we remember it's a 50 over match.
Yes.
And so opportunities for scoring will be there, but you have to be at the wicket to score the runs. The new batsman coming in, so I will get that to you. Shiv Shiv Shivshani.
Shivshani. He's a left-hander.
Yeah,
Left-hander for a change.
the first one we are seeing. And that's also an important part of cricket in general, where you have a mix of right hand, left hand. It puts the pressure back on the bowler.
Mhm.
This one coming forward, wrapped on the pad, polite inquiry, and the umpire turns it down. But yes, as I was saying, it's important as a batting team to have a blend.
Of left and right.
Yes, naturally that takes the puts the pressure on the bowlers to adjust.
Well, almost every opening combination now in world cricket do have left and right. Um, Constas and Kawaja. We're looking at England with forget their names now. Crawley
Crawley and Duckett.
Duckett. The West Indies have done that now too. Oh, there's West Indies have done that as well with Brathwaite
And Campbell.
and Campbell. I wonder if that's why Louis was X'd out. Just wondering.
Well, it would definitely be difficult to remove a man that's going to be playing his 100th test match today.
True. But you made the point that it makes it difficult for the bowling team to adjust their lines and length. So when you have one tall and one short, there's a there's an adjustment that you must make as it relates to your line and length. So that is throughout world cricket right now. We have the combinations.
Loss to continue from the pavilion end. This one, good rip. Cramping the batsman there, just able to fend it into the onside. Quick work by the keeper limits it to no run. So the Jamaicans have been relatively good in the field. There have been moments where they have a few misfields, but overall they've been good in the field. This one flighted nicely. Laws really on top of his game right now.
Yes, you have the batsman wondering where he's going. And that is true class.
Quick single taken here. Back.
I was going to tell you about the chirping of the Americans in the first 10 overs. We had quite a bit of chirping. I mean, they were really loud and encouraging. And now the chirping has all dissipated because they're losing wickets.
It's inverse now. The Jamaicans are the chirpers now.
But that's a game of cricket. Really.
Yes, it's as much of a mental game as it is technical. As we see the feel for the left-handed Shani, 2 slips in, and so really attacking feel here.
Deep mid-wicket being employed.
It's a man at deep mid-wicket, a mid-on, short fine on the leg side. So only 3 on the leg side. There's a man at long off.
That means he's going to bowl most of the delivers going to the offside.
Yeah. This one played nicely. And I like the fact that there are 2 slips. I really like the fact that the captain is continuing to be really aggressive here and looking to get as much wickets with these 2 spin bowlers, as much wickets as possible. This one, what a lovely catch. That's a really good catch.
You just mentioned
it was a shot, not particularly short, back of a length, the batsman trying to play it off the back foot, but that one turned. That one turned, and he was unable to adjust again. Even though he's playing off the back foot, gives him more time, but because the bowler is so good, he was unable to adjust. But a really good catch taken there by Step. It went quickly, and as we've been noted, there is some the pitch is not carrying through, and so it, as much as it is difficult for batsmen, it's also difficult for bowlers. I'm sorry, the fielders as well, especially the close fielders. So Jamaica certainly on top here. The score now 107 for 6.
I was trying to make the point a couple of overs ago that we needed to have another slip because how things were going. I thought we should have 2 slips. And I was wondering which of the fielders we would move to put him in slip. I didn't realize that the slip was in until VJ mentioned. I didn't realize. I think it was good strategy. The bowler himself bowling to his feet as well. Now you're bowling against a left-hander whose natural inclination is toward his mid wicket, right?
Right,
Uh,
right.
yes, and he put his deep mid wicket to make sure that he was covered, and then he bowled to the offside, which I think was good strategy and good bowling.
It's new batsman Sabrish Prasad, number 20. He'll be at the non-striker end as the wicket was taken off the last ball of the 25th over. Uh, the score now 107 for 6. Swathan just driving this one to long off for a single. I think it's important as much as possible for these two batsmen to not get bogged down and still look to rotate the strike as much as they can. You don't want a situation where they're just batting dot balls.
Well, it's better to bat than to come and everybody's out before 50 overs. So um, the best way right now is not to get bowled out. I think that should be,
Yeah, that is true.
first on their minds.
The Redwood trying to give this one some flight, succeeding in getting it a full toss, but getting away with it, just tap to the man at mid wicket. Of course, these two batsmen have a lot of consolidating to do if they are to bat out the 50 overs. And this one, short, left alone. So there's certainly some caution. Caution
There's
now, McCall.
caution. And in fact, I say now, their thing now is not to get bowled out. And so therefore, because that it would be their main focus, runs will dry up.
Redwood guilty again of being just a bit too full, needs to pull back his length just a bit and give the leg spinner an opportunity to do something off the pitch. Ah, that's a lovely delivery there. And he's out. It took the edge. And as I was saying, just give the ball an opportunity. Yes, yeah, you need to let the pitch do its work. It's a slow wicket. But that's a really good catch there. It was a flighted delivery, and the batsman looking to hit it over cover.
Yeah.
And
I
taken
I
by
got
the
the impression
wicketkeeper.
that the young man is not pleased that he was given out either. He stood there for quite a while, which suggested he, you know, maybe he's disappointed with himself.
It seemed to have taken the edge, though.
Seemed that way.
Yes, it did seem to
Let me
take the
welcome
edge.
back Al Edwards.
The score now 107 for 7. And so, as I welcome back Al, the fall of this wicket, there was a really good start by the Americans. They were 55 for 1 after 10 overs.
Gill and Garg were really going good. They played some expansive drives in the offside. And they seem confident in going about their business. But as I predicted, with the introduction of spin, we're going to get a lot of action on this wicket in particular.
Yes, certainly. You did call it. You did call it. And the bowlers have obliged. And they've done a really good job. They've done a really good job of bowling good line and length. For the most part, good control as well, as the new batsman Advait Krishna comes to the crease. The score now 108. Sorry, 108 for 8.
And the coach of the Jamaica team picked it up very early. The right armour from in the northern end and the left armour from the southern end. That's the way it's been done traditionally. For years, it has been successful. Don't change our working trick.
Yeah.
And so we have Redwood and Laws in amongst the tail now. Here come Redwood driving, or just blocking rather.
And that dot ball concludes the over at the end of the 26th. At over number 26, the score 108. 108 for 7.
It's 107 for 7 from the official score. There's 3 more wickets to go down. And the US will try desperately to try to bat out these overs.
Vital Laws I'm seeing here with remarkable figures of 3 for 14 in 6 overs.
Yes, he has been the a thorn in the side of the US from the first over he came on. They've not been able to pick him. Again, they will have to use some sort of technique. They drop the shoulder.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So here is Laws to bowl. Again, he's covering up, asking a question. There seem to be 2 noises that came off the bat.
Yes, I would say that and this one short and punched away through the offside. Batsman coming back for 2, won't get to the boundary. Good feeling there. Batsman just crossing for 2. So a real bad delivery, outright bad delivery by Laws, and not fully punished, but batsman still getting 2.
As expected, now and again, you're going to get a bad ball from the wrist spinners. Here he comes again, trying to rectify things. Coming forward. Half chance at a 1 out.
Yes, the Jamaicans certainly have their tail up now. Really good.
James, who didn't do much with the ball, was trying to get into the act with a 1 out. They've all been redeeming themselves. The captain who dropped one and slip took a very brilliant one. The marker who dropped one and slip also took a brilliant one. As that ball is knocked down from another cover drive from Swithan. To the score. It's 119 for 7. 3 more wickets to go. 20 odd overs to be batted by Swithan and company.
Flight again
Drive
nicely.
to the onside. Man at short mid wicket knocks it down for Laws. End of the over.
At the end of the over, the score I'm seeing 110. Yeah, the score 110 for 7 after 27 overs. 23 overs still to go in this innings. But with 7 wickets down, the question is, can they see out these 50 overs?
Well, certainly that must have been the discussion between Krishnan and Swithan. Swithan, the most senior batsman, would want Krishnan to stay with him. Redwood definitely has other ideas. Redwood wants to get into the act as well. Here he comes now, loops it up, flicks it, and he sticks off the nails, and he's out.
Yeah. Really, really good delivery there by Redwood. Flighted, and Krishna just stepping out of his crease. He was off balance. He stretched for that one, was off balance. And as soon as the keeper collected, the bails were off in a flash. And so the USC are really struggling. They score 110 now for 8 as Krishna departs stump.
Very disrespectful by Redwood to call him and then tell him, don't bother. So Krishna was down the wicket when Redwood tell him, don't bother, I got through. And then the wicket keeper, Nelson did the rest of the work. Easy call for Prasad it was. He stuck his hands up in the air immediately.
New batsman coming in, Sahia Bhatia, number 63, number 10. So the Jamaicans would be hoping to conclude this innings as quickly as possible. But a really good delivery there. It was well flighted and beating the batsman. All ends up losing his balance and getting a stump in there. So Redwood has certainly been bowling well from the far end.
We've been told that he was caught.
Okay, so he wasn't stunned, he was caught at the wicket. So just to rectify that, he was caught.
Huh?
Yes, we're just getting word that
Krishnan.
Krishna was caught and not stumped. And so, well, I think he would have been out twice there then.
I
'cause
think so too, because
there was a case for stumping there. He did move his leg out of the crease based on what we can see here. But regardless, he's back in the hut.
Yep.
And that's the most, well, that would be the most important for Jamaica, and detrimental to the US, as the bricks have certainly been put on here by the Jamaicans, and would be looking to wrap up this innings as quickly as possible.
Here is Redwood, slow it up, driving, taking an outside edge down to backward point. Bin's the man doing the feeling. Odein Bin's, a typical Jamaican name, Odein O'Shane.
And this one,
A slap.
cut away,
Just
shot.
it's a bit through the gap.
Yes, cut away for two, and batsman coming back for two. Bad delivery there, and punished by Batia. As we've been noted, and especially at this age as well, you do expect some inconsistencies by the bowlers, but they've done a really good job for the most part. Really good control, line and length. This one,
Even at the senior level, we still get some inconsistencies.
wrist spin is an art. I would say though, I would like to see the captain be a bit more aggressive. He does have a good field set. This one wide.
Yes, they were trying to deceive the umpire by asking for a catch at the wicket, but umpire Oggy is indicating that's a wide down the leg side. One more to the score. Here is Redwood, pushing up into the outside ball, taking the inside portion of the bat, going into the onside instead of the upside. And a single to the new man, Batia. He goes up to 3. The score moves up to 113 for 8.
On this one.
Hit into the bad ball, very bad ball, a full toss. Almost, yes, above wayside, says a no ball as well. 4 runs, 3 hit.
Yeah, bad delivery, really poor delivery there by Redwood, and dispatched by Switan for 4. And he also gets another opportunity, a free hit here. So, for as good as what Redwood has been, there have been some instances of really poor deliveries. And Switan would be hoping to maximize, they have to maximize these opportunities as much as possible to get as much runs as possible. This one shot and swung away for a boundary again. So a really poor effort by the man at mid-on. The captain is demonstrating with him right now, but nonetheless, a bad delivery shot and dispatch to the long on boundary by Switan. Score now moves on to 123 for it at the end of in 28 overs.
I can't recall that. Maybe not. I think the politicians are involved in giving them away or selling them out. I know one guy from Monkey got one, but that's all I can remember. One from Monkey that got one.
And that delivery concludes Redwood's spell. He had 10 overs, 4 for 47, so just missed out on a 5-wicket haul. But nonetheless, a really good spell of bowling by him, and certainly has put his team in the ascendancy here. The Jamaicans all over the men from the USA. This one short. Just played back to the bowler. Laws continuing his spell, has done a really good job so far. It would be interesting though to see who the captain brings back, who replaces Redwood from the far end. And this one played nicely into the leg side for no run.
Yeah, I remember Big Rat. I remember Big Rat. And somebody from Monte Hill. You know who named Big Rat, right?
And this one,
You know who named
short
Big Rat?
delivery and hit to the man at backward point. Laws really applying the pressure here. No one so far in this over.
I think Zoom had done
Switton would be hoping to get the majority of strikeys, the recognized batsman out there. And this one, a full toss, just falling short of the man at the orthodox mid-wicket position. There is a short mid-wicket, an orthodox mid-wicket, and a deep mid-wicket for the Chinaman Laws.
That's his nickname. Everybody in Canada know him, so.
Oh, this one, a bit short, keeping low, but well played by the batsman. Concludes the over. Score 123 for 8 in 29 overs.
Yeah, cool.
That over was a maiden. So really good spell of bowling here. 3 for 16 in 8 overs is Laws.
Well, he has 2 more, and I think Redwood has more than him. John? What's Redwood about,
I apologize.
Yeah, 2 from this
Yes, Redwood would be complete in his 10th over now.
From down here. Correct.
Redwood to continue on this one. Switton reaching for that one. Well, Redwood has the opportunity to take 5, and he has 4 deliveries now to do it in. So let's see if he can. And this one nicely flighted.
But Switton is not in that plan. He's playing solidly, solid defense, reaching forward all 5'8" of his body to negate the spin. Here comes Redwood again. Shot, tucks it to the outside, dash down the track for a single. He wants to, no. He wants to bowling if Batia can face out.
Good work there by the keeper. He had to run to short fine and kept it to 1. So good work there by the keeper.
Here he comes again, Mr. Redwood. Tamari Redwood flights up, driven into the offside, no one. Vogel fields. Returns it via Nikolai McKenzie. McKenzie back to the bowler. The ball completed, getting ready for the next ball. Here we come again, flighted, back and across, pulling away the bat, allowing the ball to go through to the keeper.
And I can
Mr. Nelson.
I think I can safely say now that his spell has concluded. Redwood's spell has concluded. So at the end of his spell, we're seeing 40 10 overs 48 for 4. 48 runs for 4 wickets. So it's still a really good return.
Very good returns below the 6 and over. 4 point something.
Yeah. And he has bowled well in this partnership with Laws, who continues. And this one driven to long off, and a poor effort there by the man at mid-off allows the boundary. Certainly, Jamaica who don't want to see this. They've done a really good job of slowing down the scoring, and they have done a relatively good job in the field. And so, blemishes like that, you don't want to see. You want to keep the pressure on as much as possible. McKenzie, it is with that misfield again, driven to him, taking a step back, gets behind it this time, and only allows the single. So Switan batting well here, just needs the support of his partners.
But he has exposed Batia to 4 deliveries from. But Batia is batting well too.
This may be a bit of a controversial call because we're playing limited overs cricket, but I think the fielder would be better served if that orthodox mid wicket was probably at a bat pad or somewhere closer.
Especially for Batia.
I think because there's a man at the deep mid wicket boundary, then that man at the orthodox mid wicket position, it would be better served more in a more attacking capacity.
Maybe they're still afraid of his control. We're having that man close to bat pad, you see. A short one, especially like that. It was very short and very well missed by batsman.
Well flighted, but well played by Bhatia. So he has navigated those 4 deliveries well. At the end of over number 31, the score 129 for 8. As we'll see, a change in bowling from the far end. The new bowler, DeMarco Scott. He also looks to be bowling leg spin. Oh, sorry, off spin, based on his warm up. I guess we'll see when he delivers his first delivery. Off spin, and this one, good delivery, good pace, and batsman beaten all ends up trying to cut that one, not short enough, but a good first delivery by Scott. And looking to cut a delivery, not short enough, but good pace. He's bowling with good pace here.
Yes, you can tell the ball is impacting the wicketkeeper's gloves. And his teasing outside the off stump.
Quick single taken. So good one in there. First one's off the bowling of Scott. Exposes Batty again to 3 deliveries in the over. Switan has shown good faith.
Clearly, Batty's mission is to bat out the overs. He has not been attacking or trying anything extravagant. Here comes another quick single.
Switan really pushing his partner for that single there, getting it successfully in the end. I do concur with your point, and I would say if that is the case, then there needs to be the captain needs to be a bit more attacking. As you said, he's not looking to take much risk.
They're not taking much risk at all because they want to just bat out the overs to keep, He's telling them that they really would have to get his wicket. Let's see who they turn to replace Laws at this end.
The score at the end of Over number 32, 131 for 8. As we see a change in bowling from the pavilion end, Laws. I think his spell is completed.
Yes.
And so
This one looks like Clark.
we're just waiting for
Dante Clark. We'll
verification.
verify that. No, number 21.
It's Laws still. I think he has one more over left. But
Yes.
he's going around the wicket.
Oh, that was a change. Okay.
Oh. And certainly, I think with this change, there needs to be a man at bat pad. I do believe that would be a good
With the
gamble.
approach of Batty, who's just blocking, basically.
And this one full toss and squirts off the outside edge. The man at backward point does a good job of fielding that. But I do believe the captain needs to be a bit more aggressive, especially when Bhatia is on strike. Just apply some more pressure. He does have a really good field set, only 2 men out.
Tighten the inner wing, yes.
Ooh, batsman. This one almost a Yorker length, digging it out. So he has 3 deliveries to add to his wicket tally so far. Has really good figures. 9.3, 3 wickets for 21 runs. This one well left by Bhatia. So Lars just 2 deliveries left in his spell. Now changing his angle again to go over the wicket. So this one flicked nicely. Just in front of the man at backward square. Batsman coming back for 2.
Look at them easily too.
Confident shot there by Bhatia. So final delivery for Laws in this spell. Ooh, quicker one and well left. So a really good spell of bowling by Vital Laws. 10 overs, 3 wickets for 23 runs. Really remarkable figures.
Well, the 2 spinners did justice. They didn't disappoint me at all. I made my predictions true. Very happy with that. Now, DeMarco Scott is to continue in the same rich vein of spin, but he's a bit quicker through the air. We're yet to see any turn coming from him. He's supposed to be an off spinner. We're not seeing that bite and turn coming from him, but he's suddenly coming through at a good pace and a good line, teasing outside of off stump. And Switton and Batty are trying to make sure they get down into over number 50. Here comes Scott again, reaching forward and blocking back down the track.
So just a quick one for you. Now that the 2 wrist spinners have been have finished their spell, do you bring back a fast bowler to see if they get those wickets, or you introduce your 5th?
Well, they've already used about
yes.
6 bowlers, so it's a matter of bringing back the fast bowlers now, especially McKenzie, to finish off the tail with some Yorker length deliveries, full length deliveries.
This one played nicely. He's bowling with good pace. He's getting some spin off the wicket, but batsman easy to negate.
Yes, it's a slow turner as well. So he picked it up and just turned it into the onside. Scott to Switton, shot, turn into the onside, no one. And up shot backward square. Being able to thwart any possibility of a run. One 3-2 for 8. Forward defensive again by Switan. Just into the onside. Silly mid-on area. Nikolai McKenzie strides forward and does the feeling. Here is Scott for Jamaica. They're in front now. It comes on the track and James and it's dropped. Oh, what a spill. Yes, I think he was trying to throw it up because he came on, made up the ground, got both hands to it, and he just leaked out.
Says, I think that's going to be a water break. So at the end of at the end of 34 overs, the score 133 for 8 as we take a short drinks break here at Keon. Yeah. No,
Done? I don't have to get on our card. I'll come and take a picture of the card back. Yes, we're back with cricket here from St. Mary's Park, Keon. And as we predicted, James comes back. Ball. Down the leg side, it's wide. Umpire Prasad indicating with his arms outstretched. One more to the score.
Well, after a nice water break, Al, normally after every break, there are wickets falling. There are two more to go.
Well, Vijay and I were suggesting that the pacemen should come back now to in order to wrap up the tail. And here comes Mr. Deshaun James aiming to wrap up the tail, but he has the top batsman out there still in Swethan. And he started with a wide. This time he has Bhatia facing him, who is the number 10 batsman. Still 133 for 8. Team USA, Team 1. Team USA has two teams in this competition. This is number 1, the so-called stronger team. They're under the cashier from Team Jamaica. Deshaun James, right up the pad, asking.
Beating leg, I think.
Going down leg. Mr. Prasad just walks away. And indicates leg by, patting the leg by. One more to the total.
I wonder what the Americans have in terms of bowling. Do they have spin bowlers? Are they good? Can they compete on a wicket that is spinning? Those are the questions one must ask. And according to the head coach, it seems as though we have a fairly good bowling team on the American side. So all is not done.
Well, they'll have to respond, and they seem to wanting to put up a total that they can defend here. Another short single. They're doing this very well indeed. And they might be able to get 2 overthrows. Yes. Batsman is in. So 2 runs. Much to the delight of their compatriots, their teammates, urging them on. Everyone counts at this stage now.
I hope the Jamaicans are not becoming complacent. A series of misfields and overthrows. Just a pat in the onside and their 2 runs because, they still have to be tight, clinical, get this thing done. Wrap up the tail.
Here is James. Coming up nicely. Tucked into the offside. Quick, easy single. Money single, used to call that. One more one. Inching closer to the 150 mark. This game is certainly heading for a result.
Well, it all depends on what.
All the result.
It all depends on what the other side have in as it relates to bowling. Yes, there is something in there for the spinners. Do they have the experience? Do they have the guile as a laws?
What Kosh we understand is a spinner, off spinner who's supposed to be very good. Defending, but single deny this time.
The other side of the equation, would the Jamaicans just have this as a mere practice? We have to be careful. Cricket is a game of, as the old guy said, glorious uncertainties.
No, I don't think so, because the coach was telling us that they want to win the tournament, so they should not be considered as practice. And he has a chance now to urge them on to finish the job, knock over these last 2 before they get to 150, and then they would have 50 overs to chase. Apart what will turn out to be a subpar score. Edge down to third man. 1 more to the score. 138 for 8.
You still have to be careful, Al, because 131, 51, 60, as if you have won the game already. Complacency sets in. Then 2 or 3 wickets are run out. And then all of a sudden that looks like a mountain. Cricket, it's not over till it's over. But yet, there's much to go.
we don't know much of the competence of the Jamaican batsmen, and we don't know much of the competence of the American bowlers. But for a 50 over game,
150 seems small.
150 seems small, but they're not there yet. It's just about 138. An average 3 runs and over. You don't have to do anything extravagant. We want the war of attrition.
Remember, you can't change the picture. It is as it is in terms of aiding the spin.
Scott, batter turn into the onside. Don't pass backwards, going to get one, asking for two. The Jamaican fielders will have none of that. Single remains. Sweetan not really interested in two. He wants to see what the offers as well.
I remember a very famous game in the World Cup, Al. Team made 183. West Indies, powerful batting lineup. We thought it's a done deal. Didn't work that way.
Here is Scott, pull into the onside. This one will challenge the boundary. The invitation by the rope was accepted, and the ball goes into the rope now for 4.
Short delivery.
Ripped off.
One off spinner bowling a short delivery to a right-hander. It's going down leg side. He just simply helped it around. It passed the shot backward square, and then it was into the boundary for 4. Short deliveries are not is not where you want to bowl as a spinner on a wicket like this one.
You want to bring him forward, yes, make him play into the offside. Did that just now.
Yes, bring him forward. Ask
Made
him a
him
few questions.
Blocked into the onside.
And see what happens. You cannot be bowling short, inviting him to pull. Driven straight by the batsman down to a long on position. A single. I want to play straight.
Pleasant, well-timed drive.
Build the singles up. The idea now is that they must, if they can, bat out the 50 overs, they could end up with 220. Maybe more.
Here comes a wide, and now they get dependent on an extra, a wide or no ball,
Yes.
a free hit. Suddenly get you up to 220. Then you have to chase 4 ones and over all afternoon. It's not yet over. Scott, shot, swung into the inside. This is 4. Helped around, short turning. Helped around. Man at square, I got no chance.
So that third spinner doesn't seem to be as potent as the other two in terms of Laws and Greenwood.
Certainly not.
Redwood.
I was asking for McKenzie to continue, but Vijay didn't comply.
You understand? But they can't lose it at this point. The idea is to wrap the tail and begin their innings. Seems that the ball is turning because every time he bowls, you see this inclination toward the onside by the batsman. We are not directly behind the bowler's arm over the wicket to see really, but by the reaction of the batsman and the keeper, it seems as though he's turning. He's pitching just about off, and then he's turning down, which gives the batsman the opportunity to get him to backward square leg and find it. In which case,
it is a
in my
turning
view,
wicket, but it's a slow turner.
yes, but and bowling short doesn't help.
And the captain is trying another one of his tricks. He's going to bring Nikolai McKenzie. We asked for McKenzie, but not that variety. We asked for Rashawn McKenzie, the pace bowler, but we're getting Nikolai McKenzie, who seems to be a spinner. The objective is to wrap the tail within quick succession, but the Americans are into caught, straight to him at the backward point.
Much better line. First one was short and wide, cut straight to the point. Second delivery was more on point in terms of its line.
McKenzie to Switan. Short. Tucked up on the inside. Wait is the instructions. Virgo fields. Nikolai McKenzie. Just Switan. Switan is driving. French cut down to fine leg. It will be pulled back just inside the boundary. Just one run available. It's 149. They soon cover another landmark score 150. And here comes Prasad asking the batsman to run off the wicket.
Ball was much fuller, properly lined. So he went and he had an inside edge, which meant there was movement. Again, shot back. When I played as a, my coaches said, don't let nobody get back and pull you or cut you. He's in control of you. Okay, right up forward.
Yeah, almost a foul shot from
Yes,
back
because
here.
because the line, and the length was asking, they were asking questions, and so he popped it slightly. It was in the air for quite a distance, and no eventuality. But the Jamaicans could be pleased with their work today, but they can't let it slip at this point in time.
They just might be losing the plot to these last to Switan on the tail.
What I like, they recognize the fact that spin is doing it, so they're sticking with the spin. But I think the off spinner is being too short. Again, short, push back to the bowler. No runs resulting. You would want to bring him forward, ask him to drive, ask him to defend.
That's Scott and Switan. Switan is batting very well in the 40. Knocks it down to mid off. Refuses a single. Here comes Scott again. Switan. Turns it to the onside. This time he gets a single. This time he takes a single. Shot. Tucked into the onside. Square leg backward square comes around. No chance for a run. I think they're on to the 150 now.
Yeah, I realize there are some white markings on the field. That's where they play the football, may I ask?
Yes and no is the answer.
Yes and no.
Regularly, it's played more in the western corner. But recently, there was a 7-on-7 female tournament. And so this marking was just for that tournament in particular.
What is admirable is the fact that nobody encroached on the playing area for the cricket. Whichever one you played, because unless the markings goes across the.
That has been the negotiated point for years now. That both sports should operate independently. So the football is either on the west or the east of the main pitch. Sometimes they put a little protective rope around it so that nobody will run on it, especially during the times when there's rain. Because it only takes one footballer to run there and turn
And then,
on a wet wicket.
Yes.
It will take you about 2-3 days to get out.
Yep. But I must commend the guys who organize these. You can have 2 football matches and nobody touch the cricket playing area. He played in the AL down to a long on area, but again he was up. He was forward driving, didn't keep it down. It was in the air for some distance, and that is why I think the bowlers need to be fuller of length rather than short.
McKenzie, Fuller, here comes Switan, beaten in flight, fooled by McKenzie, but he was able to come down on it and guide it out to the backward point. Nikolai McKenzie, short, slapped into the outside, no one, straight to the man. Here comes McKenzie again. Tucking it off the hip into the onside. Vogel is there, prevents any possibility of a single.
I don't know how the point system is arranged. Okay,
String
there
a
is a
ramp.
we call it a lap sweep or a nudge.
A ramp sweep, they call
Ramp
it.
sweep.
Yeah.
Okay, that one was just hiked over the left side of the keeper's shoulder, and it ran down to fine leg. 2 runs were had. Many of these shots are the names I can't keep up with. Lap sweep, ramp sweep. But those could be very disconcerting for the bowler.
And they reverse sweep this time. And that one will challenge the boundary. Goes into the boundary now. Sultan moving very, very close now to a half century.
And that is what Jamaicans could ill afford for some sort of rallying and so on. It's another 11 overs to go before we have a change of innings. If those two can stay there and frustrate, as we say sometimes, harass the Jamaican bowling and get their score up to some respectability. Normally,
It's
just the
heading-
psychology.
It's heading there now. 158.
Right. Normally, that leads to a changing of the mindset of the Jamaicans. So when they go to bat, it creates a difference. Whereas if it's wrapped up now, there is this element of confidence that, hey, we can do this thing
Win
easy.
games.
Yes.
Mine is half the battle.
Yeah. Give me 2 more overs and come. Seems as though they're going back to the quicker stuff at this point in time. Al, is that McKenzie or James coming from the
I think it's
northern
James,
end?
number 30. Yeah, that's
No,
McKenzie.
no, that's
Rashawn McKenzie.
Rashon McKenzie from the north. We call it from the Copperhead shop end.
Copperhead Garage end, yes.
Yes, that's the northern end as we refer to it. Mackenzie created some stir in the first, in the very early exchanges, but nothing went to hand or whatever.
Only one went to hand. Yeah,
wasn't
one went to
held.
Scott.
No, there was no slip whatsoever.
He's met with a broad bat from Batia.
$156 for 8. Is that 158 or 156 for 8?
John, 156 or 158?
159. See?
Okay.
Have to be careful here because what happens to many teams once we have a rallying at the back end,
Shoulders drop.
it gets into the psyche of the opening batsman in the top order, and then we find things not going well. Here's McKenzie, full of length, taps out to a short extra cover long off, mid off, with the captain who had a slight injury earlier, seemed to have recovered, and he did fairly well in the slip.
He was just pulling up, as we would say.
Yeah.
So he got stretched and some rehydration salts and water.
Seems that he has recovered.
He covered well. He went back out and took a brilliant catch. Slapped and caught.
Caught. Okay.
McKenzie deserves that. He bowled well.
McKenzie with the ball. It was slightly wide though of off stump. I think he could have left it, let it go, but he seemed to want to put it over the infield. There was no one. There was no one down at cover and extra cover. They were all within the circle, and so he thought, well, let me hit it over the fieldsman. But apparently, it hit higher on the bat than he expected, and it ballooned to the fielder. What was the fielder? James, and so he was out caught. So that's the end of that. It's 159 for 9. What I was telling you about the harassment, and it could well come to an end. But this is what is required. You need to wrap the tail so that your opening batsman could be in a proper mindset to challenge this total. But if you allow that to continue, they go up to 200 runs. Then they begin to even out the odds as they are. Another 10 or 9 or 10 overs to go.
What number got in here?
That's number 11. This is a 39th over, am I correct? Yes. And so we have another, the 40th over has been bowled. And what I was asking about the points, how is it if you get bowled out before 50 overs? Are there some adjustment to the point system as it regards? These are questions you can answer, Vijay, when you come back. And if you bowl a team out before 50 overs, what does that do for you? How do you benefit from that occasion? And which would, of course, okay, here's a lefty facing McKenzie. And so.
If he's wearing number 3, I think this is Ian Tumala.
Ian Tumala. Okay. So McKenzie successful in this over.
That's what I thought, that he would be able to wrap up the tail.
Could very well wrap the tail up.
Proving me right so far, except that Mr. Tumala got the instructions again to play out the overs. I think Batty lost the plot by trying to attack that ball.
He went against the instructions given, maybe.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, God.
So that's the end of the 40th over. That's what is that signal? May I ask the umpire? Is signal final power play? Okay. This is the 40th over, and still want somebody to answer the questions whenever you get a chance. What do we get if we bowl a team out before 50 overs? You know, what are the incentives given? Because net run rate. I think there should be, just to encourage you to bat 50 overs, there should be, some penalties or incentives accordingly.
They changed James to bring back Fogo. And Fogo is not coming fully up to the bat. The ball dying before he reached the keeper. I have a correction for you. We think that batsman is wearing number 3, left-hand bat. Could be the other Gag. Iron Gag.
The 2 Gags.
Virgo. A back drive.
Beautiful.
Straight out to Long Off, who's out there feeling easily indeed. Just 1-1. Exposing the left-handed Gag, or the field changes around. The umpire, Ogis, strides over to the other side.
We have not had a high percentage of boundaries in the innings. Is that because of the nature of the track, or maybe the bowlers?
I think the bowlers pinned down the batsman.
The spinners in particular.
Yes, spinners. Redwood and
Laws.
Yeah. They were not picking Laws in particular. And only when Redwood dropped short, was a knockoutly shot, they were able to capitalize. Fogo, a drive, a knockdown, A single? No, no single. But yes, you're in the eastern part of St. Kitts, looking at cricket coming from the community of Keon, a parish of St. Mary. Here is Virgo, a dab at the outside the off stump, connecting with nothing, encouraging sign into the hands of Nelson, the wicketkeeper, into the gloves of Nelson, the wicketkeeper. Again is Virgo for a defensive type shot. Ball play to the captain.
Al, can I test your
Barnes.
knowledge a bit? Was Keon a part of the French territory back in the 1700s?
According to young people, too easy. The name itself, the name itself would suggest
French. Yeah.
French. Yes.
Okay. I wouldn't test you again then. Yeah. Renamed St. Mary's.
No, the parish was
St. Mary's.
St. Mary's. Yes.
Okay, but Keon will
Keon
always be
remained.
Keon.
The name Keon, but the community remained.
Why is it called Green Valley though?
If you look at the structure, the geographical structure of the village, it was mainly a river valley that comes down from
Green Hill.
Green Hill area all the way down to the sea. And so the community was built basically in the valley area of that river.
Got you.
And hence the community residents call it Green Valley, as it always appeared green since you had river, one of the two perennial streams in St. Kitts. We can't date call them rivers in the definition of places like Dominica and Jamaica. We call them perennial streams. They run part of the year. So we go back to the cricket for a moment.
Yes.
As Chuck lifted,
Oh,
sweet and lifted, and that might be his 50. Is it? 50? No, short of 50 by 2-1, 4-1.
beautiful shot. In fact, the ball was, in my view, center leg, and he just simply lifted it over backwards square.
Cross between an on-drive
Yes,
and a slug sweep.
that's right. And
It was lifted above the inner wing, out to the boundary, 1 bounce, 4-1, pushed him on to 48. The score on to 164 for 9. Sweetan trying his very best to keep the score alive. And Rashan is in search of his second wicket. Rashan, McKenzie, this asking.
again, when the ball is pitched up, it's asking questions. So to bowl short is not, it's going against the natural grain of this wicket. You bowl short, you get spanked. And if your line is bad, as it was the previous ball, you can also get punished. But I think the idea is, from a USA standpoint, to occupy and bat out as many overs as is possible. And the Jamaicans is just the opposite.
Going down the track, getting the outer portion about the outer edge, and they're asking for 2-1, but they're asking for trouble. You got away with that one. It was aerial for a moment, and the Marcus cat, the ball has followed quite some time today, was able to pull it in.
And I think they need to try and bowl as many balls as possible to the number 11, rather than the established batsman who is quite capable. If you can somehow get to isolate him, and you can bowl as many deliveries to him as possible, you might get him to be under pressure.
I think they're trying that. Let's see. Rashan has him now. Rashan tucked into the offside. He'll remain to face the last 2 balls.
You need to ask him questions. He's the one that could be there to just assist the main batsman. If you can get rid of him, that's the end of the innings.
And here is Mr. Gag going away from the plot again, trying to attack Oshan. When his job simply is to block and give Sweet and the strike. Sweet and is on 49, it appears, 49 or 48.
49 for me.
I think the singles, however, gave him 49, yes. The four took him to 48. Yeah.
Yeah.
But clearly, his blocking is being commended by his teammates.
Yeah.
And no doubt, that is what he should be doing. VJ, I was telling McCall that the community is called Green Valley as well because of the fact that it was built upon a perennial stream. And this field came into being in the early 90s, all due to political pressure of the late 80s, early 90s, all due to political pressure because the community never had a major playing field. Everything was done in the primary school. And that ground really became, outlived its usefulness. There's too much people in the community for that one small ground. For the many sports I were played, both football and cricket. And so this field was an old cane field, about 15 acres. It was given out for sports. Meanwhile, here is Vogo asking for inside edge. Prasad is not interested.
It's an interesting bit of history there. Very much appreciated. And of course, the Green Valley, the Cairn is lush. Has always been lush. Oh.
Now we know where the greenness come from. From the perennial stream, the Cairn River, we call it. But probably will not meet the true definition of a river, as it only runs, as we say, at certain times of the year. Meanwhile, here is Vogo. He's been rushed and slapped down the track. Out to long off.
And
That is the
that's
50 for him this time.
yes, a really well compiled 50 by Switan. He had to stick it out in the middle overs when Redwood and Laws were in the attack, but has compiled a really good knock here and would be hoping to push on and see how far they can carry the score.
He didn't even celebrate. He probably realized that the job is far from done because they need to bat out these overs. And they're going for a quick single. It's on, and it's on.
Yes, Gog. Getting that one off the inside edge. And Switan now would be looking to maximize these last few overs and having reached his milestone that he has worked really hard for.
I think he has gotten the message that they want to take it up to as close to 200 as possible. As McCall said, 220. Here he goes again.
Yes.
With another single. Taking the score up to 167.
I think the dressing room now has the news that he has made 50. And so he's now celebrating, yes. But he's now on 51. So a bit late, but well deserved. A well deserved 50. He has really applied himself on a difficult wicket.
A slice down to the third man. The third man is wide. He'll come on and get it now. They'll get two easily.
Ooh. That one was, of course, good work by the wicket keeper there. He had to gather and throw it at the stumps. It was a bit wide of the stump, but good work by him there. And just to touch on a point that McCall made earlier in regard to getting the wrapping up the tail, it's important in these games to remember.
It's frustrating to even me, the commentator.
The momentum that the shift in momentum can impact the team that's feeling, and
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's impacting me as well. I'm feeling the pressure with you.
Yes, a really good job though spearheaded by Switan to recover this innings. That single brings an end to the over.
And Sutton again will be facing. Bashan should be in about his 8th over. I think he had 5 earlier, and then this will be his 8th
Yeah, to
over.
before. Yes, it should be a set over.
Team USA won 169 for 9 in this competition against Team Jamaica. Bashan went away from the northern end. Behind him, an old estate, a good Yorker, making him skip.
Yes, a good delivery there. And I must say, we as you would have noted, we don't know exactly what the competency of these teams in the second innings, batting and bowling wise, but considering the nature of the pitch, a score in excess of 150 so far after they've been 105 for 7.
Very good recovery.
Definitely.
And he lifted into the mid wicket area, 4 runs easily.
Lovely shot there. Just a good pickup over mid wicket. The man on the boundary is at backward square, so hitting this one well in front of square. And interestingly, there is a deep fine and a deep backward square, which is interesting mostly because the pitch has been slow. We've discussed that it's not the fastest wicket, and so maybe the man that is at deep fine needs to come up, and a man goes more to the mid wicket area because he's gonna slap them like that. It's standing up in the wicket. It's probably going to go more in front of square than behind square.
They need to rake those men, as we would say. Rake them to the left.
McKenzie.
4 more, it looks like, yeah.
Sutan driving that one nicely.
Yes, 4 more.
Lovely shot there. Hitting that one to cover. So he's certainly getting a move on now. He has the pace of the wicket. And so certainly getting a move on here. And these ones one would consider to be extra ones being added to the total, considering it's the number 11 batsman batting with the number 5. Sorry, number 4.
Mm-hmm. Winning ones, that we call them.
Played nicely. He is looking to get on the front foot, and that is really good. We have noticed that is a trend with these batsmen in the American team, that they're not afraid to get on the front foot. You know, they have shown some hesitancy in playing the shorter deliveries, but anything that's full, they're certainly on the front foot, and they've struck it well. Sitting moving around the crease.
Dabbed into the offside and off like a hair was Sritan. Last ball of the over, he was looking to take the single. Or is it the last ball of the over? Umpire Prasad thinks so. Oggies. And they're checking. Yes, it's one ball left. Just block Mr. Gaga. Down the leg side, wide. Another, you'll have to bowl that over. 1-1 to the score.
We must also recognize that Jamaica feeling first now. We are now at noon, so the sun is at its most potent, and we can feel it here. There's a cool breeze coming off of the ocean, but intermittently, and in that space of time, it's sweltering.
Yes, earlier Barnes was paying the price, pulling up. His muscles were pulling up. He had to come off to get stretched and hydrated. No doubt from the kind of heat that's out there.
And of course, just from a psychological standpoint, the fact that you've batted 50 overs after being in that's really a true spot of bother. As I said, the psychological impact of that momentum being changed, and if they can see these 50 overs too, it would be interesting to see how the Jamaicans respond. I do believe if they do bat these 50 overs, they will make at least 200 runs, which would be a really good score on this wicket.
But here is Bogo. Sultan. Sultan is lifting him again. His favorite shot.
And that is, I want to say that's a really good shot, but that's also a really poor field placing. Now, you have a ring offside field, but you have no one on the leg side. Now, of course, at this stage of the innings, the batsman would be looking.
Change.
Sorry?
No, they're going to make the change.
Yes, I think the captain has done a relatively good job so far with his field placings, but I think he missed a trick there. He probably needed a second pair of eyes, as you would have noted. There's a change in the field,
especially with Sultan playing that shot over and over again.
Oh, lovely delivery. Yeah, really good delivery there by Virgo, getting it full into the block hole. And there's a ring or majority offside field. He should be looking to at least pitch it outside off thereabouts. And this one cracked away. Good stop by the man at backward point there, coming through for a single. And so that leaves the number 11, Arya Gag, to face 3 deliveries.
I think it's 3 deliveries, yes.
Yes. And really, the number 10 and the number 11 have shown great application in terms of just sticking around. I mean, as I would have noted earlier, it's important to bat the time. 300 balls, a lot of deliveries. As we see a change for the left-hander. Man now going out to deep backward square. This one driven past the man at mid-wicket. The captain there still struggling, it seems like, with that muscle injury, laboring around. Batsman cross for a single. So something to look at how that would impact him later in the chase, depending on where he bats. And also, as we would have noted earlier, the right and left hand combination causing some issues. The field has to change, a little break. This one cracked away.
The offside.
That is a lovely shot. That is a lovely shot. Cracked that one away. In front the man at point. There was a man sweeping on the cover boundary, but he stood no chance. And that is really a lovely shot. Sweetan really pressing on the accelerator here.
He moves on to 69.
This one. Full toss driven to the man at long off. Single taken.
That's all he wants, because he wants the bowling. End of the over. Should be 191, 191, 9.
So 191. So
last 5 overs.
So we're entering the last 5 overs with this one 191. The US would be looking to get over, well, firstly to the 200 run mark, and certainly anything over that would be considered bonus runs. I mean, really and truly, anything past the 105 for 7 was bonus runs. The Jamaicans would have been looking to clean up the tail. However, good resistance shown by the men from the USA and spearheaded by Switan, who now on 70, facing up to James. So crucial 5 overs here now. This probably would determine what the chase looks, well, certainly would determine what the chase looks like, but the momentum now, it's a battle of momentum. Switan trying to get,
Into the little ramp shot going there.
yes, a little expansive, trying to manufacture, but he has batted well. He has shown an aptitude to use his feet, move around in the wicket. He has shown that he has the lap sweep, the ramp shot. And so,
I saw him reverse sweep earlier too.
yes, and so, and it seems like the captain got the message. There's now a man at backward square and deep mid wicket as well, although the mid on is in the circle.
Oh, they were raked there.
And this one shot pulled away to that man at backward square. They're trying to come back for two, but only one and off a good feeling there by the man on the boundary, Virgo. And now we see a change in the field to adjust for the left-handed Gag.
With these kind of names, they got good bowling. 7 in total. 7 in total, 150 challenges.
So it's a spread field. Man sweeping, man at deep third man, deep fine leg, and deep square leg. So the two men in the circle straight. So asking Gag to go over the two fielders that are straight, and I'm not particularly sure if the man needs to be that square. Probably would, with the lack of pace, is probably going to go more to a mid wicket area, and certainly a deep fine. That's probably a man wasted here. And this one pulled away, good shot. Yeah. Probably would be better served with a man at square and deep mid wicket and get the fine leg into the circle, because there's not much chance of it coming here. I mean, it's not like that the left-hander is looking to do that lap sweep. He's just looking to get out. He's looking to play it more in front of his eyes. So a man at a deep square and mid wicket.
Rate them that way.
Switan back on strike. And this one shot pulled away, good shot. And this one backward of square, runs away to the boundary. So good shot there by Switan. Just swiveled on that one and hit it well behind square. There is a man in the deep, but he struck that well enough. And the score slowly inches closer to the 200 mark. Now 196.
196, yeah. And sitting on 75. So behind. John? 196? 196 or 197?
7? Okay, thank you.
And sitting on 75?
And this one, lovely drive straight down the ground. It's going to test the man at long off, who does a good job. And I think the batsmen were expecting that one to go for 4. They only crossed for a single. However, it works in their favor as Switan would get the strike at the end of over number 46. The US 198 for 9.
I think Oggy was the man who was in most trouble just now. He had to get out of the way fast.
tenting close to the where that man go up right now. You want me go for the food now? You want me go for the lunch now rather than wait and tangle?
Yeah. Elvira, no, me fish and anything, fish and grass, fish and stone. Vogel comes back. Smashed into the offside.
Lovely shot again. Beating that man out there. That is love. This really poor bowling, but lovely shot there. Again, hitting that one in front of the man.
Backward point. And
Yeah.
still away from the sweeper.
Yeah. I think the sweeper probably is a bit too. It needs to be a bit more square. But again, that is bad bowling. It's right outside the off stump, allowing him to free his hands, and he obliges Switton, seeing it like a basketball out there now. And that also brings up the 200. So 200 up for the US. That's a really good effort from them. Switton now would be looking to see how much can they add to this 200, this total over 200. Settles over his bat. And this one flicked away to the man at the deep backwards forward square boundary, coming back for two. Good running here by these two batsmen. Switton now with this with those two runs now moving into the 80s, 82. So he's also creeping towards a personal milestone. And this one driven nicely, too long on for a single.
McKenzie is down here. That's Rashawn McKenzie. At one point they were 159 for 8. Earlier they were 105 for 7. Now they're 205 for 9. McCall did say they're going to get to 220. And in my opinion, anything over 150, anything between 150 and 175 on this track with decent spinners will challenge you.
Gog being struck on the pad takes a leg by to fine leg, and he has played a really good supporting role so far in this partnership, just like the previous man Batia.
Yeah.
And so just keeping it simple, just trying to get off strike and get Switan on strike. He's been seeing it really good. He's been hitting it really well. And he's looking to manufacture one again. Just able to get it down too long on for single.
I think he lost his footing on that shot.
I think he was probably trying to go over extra cover, but because he lost his footing, he was only able to get it too long on. And he has shown as well trust in his partner. Normally at this stage, the set batsman tries to farm the strike, but they're not turning down any runs here. They're making sure that they maximize.
They've gone past the target now, so maximize indeed.
And this is well bowled by Virgo and well played by Arya Gog to long off, digging that one out. And so at the end of the 47th, at over number 47, the score 207 for 9, the USA.
Yes, we can hear the Americans counting as well. 18 balls to go for this Team 1 USA. USA Team 1. They've done a good job to get up to that score, and in my estimation, they've gotten to a winning target. I don't know the bowlers, but once they have good spinners in that armory with this wicket, it's going to be a challenge.
James. James, that that one probably clipped something. It seemed
How much you got? 8, 9? Huh? No, James, how much over the ball?
so. James into his eighth over, getting away with that one seemed to go down the leg side, but it probably would have clipped the pad. The umpire not signaling a wide. James would be looking to get Switan. Switan looking to hike that one over mid wicket. Just getting it to the man that is covering on the boundary there. Score goes up by 1, and the number 11 Gog on strike. It would be interesting to see his approach now with the instructions being 18 deliveries left. And
What about Gag face so far?
Is it Sanjay? Vijay.
thank you.
This one is Al. I'll take tissue bowl to you.
Mm-hmm.
I bang my chicken, so no man. This is you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm gonna go. What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take up some of these bottles I have here.
Yeah. What you got? Lemonade?
Well, I'll see what I got.
What really got here?
James at the top of his mark, coming into Gog. Oh, lovely shot there. And looking to get a single, a good one at the end. The Gog calling Switan not responding, but a misfield allowed that single. So he is showing good positive intent. Is the number 11 trying as much as possible to get this set Switan on strike.
He has scored 6 valuable ones from 18 deliveries. And he's going in confidence as he's calling down Switan to take some.
This one.
This time he's out.
Oh,
Banged it straight to the man at mid-on. And this time you're obliging taking the catch.
yes. Somewhat of an anticlimactic end there to his innings. Switan, who would really be disappointed with that end. It was a short delivery, and he was looking to dispatch it. However, just succeeding in hitting it straight to the man at mid-on. So with the fall of that wicket, the innings concludes with the score on 209. So US men in 47.4 overs have made 209 runs all out on what has been a difficult wicket to bat on. And the man Switan made 85. We'll get some more scores to you, or the inning scoreboard. However, the standout innings has been Switan, and for the Jamaicans, it would be Redwood and Laws, who did the majority of damage, sharing 7 wickets between them.
The 20 now, John? The 20 innings? The 20 innings? The scoreboard? Bring it now. We need computer first then, no? No. I want the thing. I want the scoreboard.
Last wicket 5.
Give me a computer, you know?
And with that,
Huh?
the innings has concluded, and we'll take a short break here for lunch, and we'll join you shortly for the start of this second innings. So we say goodbye for now as we take a short break, refresh ourselves, and we'll be back with you shortly for the start of the innings, the Jamaican innings. I think I'm gonna go to Tim now.
Yes.
I'm gonna go to
Connery.
Canary now. Yeah. Tell me the first.
Mhm.
I'm gonna go to Canary now. Well, thank you guys. I really enjoyed it.
Nice meeting you, man.
My pleasure.
I know. Well, I know I will be seeing you guys again.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was. I think
Not me until the 15th.
Norval was telling me that Win was the ball down for 109, and Leewards had already had 9. I was gonna message him and see what's the score there. He was telling me it looked like he would be over.
I talked to you too. I said, I'm going to today.
I thought so too. I really thought so too.
to, before we start, to shift this table.
When you come Sunday, come down to something.
Um, one of the Scott has 5 and Barnes has 6. Correction. Barnes has 2 and Scott has 6.
Good shot.
You have to respect Barnes for his thing, eh? Not Barnes, Scott. He seemed to be playing within himself. He may not be blessed with a lot of shots like the first opening batsman, so he's playing to his limitation, and
I think he had shots.
hopefully he'll get
I
the
think he's
job
playing
done.
a situation.
Situation, you are 126 for 2, facing 210.
Stay in and keep it and take it deep.
Yes, okay.
Don't play any rash shots.
The way
Because
some people
he has
see-
made some offers for the bad balls, or he has not made any contact.
Quick single. Single boy Barnes just touching it, just past point, and easy
That
single.
responded, yes. And now they're discussing it.
I question how close that was, and they ought to be a better judge of the single.
See? You see what I'm talking about?
There goes Scott, flashing at one, driving at one. He catch high on the bat, and it flew over to like an extra cover or short cover where he was caught. So that's the 3rd wicket down. In my view, I said that Scott. There are some batsmen with
I
limitations,
just praised him to play.
and
that
I
he was playing
believe
it.
he's a guy who seemed to be, in my view, would play the long version better. He was driving at the delivery, catching high on the bat, and flew to the short extra cover. He was out. So it's 128-29 now for 3. Young Scott perished, having been caught. The new
To the catch,
batsman.
John. To the catch.
John almost counted 6. 6. Next batsman.
Bin. O'Shane O'Dane. O'Dane. The new man at the crease is O'Dane Bins. And I think he has heard the instructions from the coach. Also from the commentator.
Bins.
Also from the commentator. Stay in and take it deep. Nothing rash like what Scott played. At first, Scott seemed to have been taking the advice, but then he went again against the instructions of the coach. He received our forward defense in Bins.
Yeah, those. $82 runs still adrift. And we have Barnes with 3 and Bins just getting to the crease after the demise of young Scott. Prasad in, punched away out to short cover. No runs resulting. Jamaica was sitting high and pretty with 111 without loss. And then the spin came into action. And of course, the runs dried up and little panic. And then they begin to manufacture shots that were not available. In the course, they've lost the two opening batsmen, 53 and 55, and the number 3, having made about 6 or 8 runs. Let me say 6 runs. Prasad is still operating. Barnes got a short one. He punches it out to cover. They're hustling for 2. And now they get 2 runs. You believe that? I know. It's Prasad. And Barnes plays it quietly out into the mid-wicket area. 1-1.
The other thing they have to calculate, and I think they already have calculated that Srivatava and Prasad will soon end their complement of overs. And you'll have to go back to Jab and Krishna, which you are more comfortable.
Yes, but would you have the potency in the batting during that time
You may, if you don't lose wickets, you may not have it if you're down to 7 out and 8 out, unless you have a key batsman in.
Bin's shoulders, arms, and allows that one to go through. Of course, how potent these batsmen are at the end game is different from team to team. There are some teams when you lose the top order, then you're into fellows who can really put you away. And
Big hitters.
it's over number 23. Number 24 has been bowled.
And 79 more ones. Jamaica in search of 79 more ones for victory over Team USA 1. Here's another single. Score edging on. Srivitava getting close to the end of his spell. So too is Prasad. A number over this for Srivitava, John. John? 8. Srivitava. Number. Yes, 2 more after this.
Okay.
Reaching forward, pushing it out into the covers. No one. 132 for 3. Bins. Odean Bins.
Binns.
Again, the same thing, same ball, same shot, same result, no one. They're threatening the schools, the Americans, but
Yeah, so
once
they were
once they keep wickets intact, take it deep within the last 10, you have a chance.
yeah,
As a break for water, beat the heat.
the Americans are really uh, spinning their way back into this game, if I might say that. So 133 for 3 and 78 more runs to go. The look of the Jamaican middle order seems a bit soft. It is lack of offensive artillery. Well, okay, you can say that, but the shift in momentum has is taking away the initiative somewhat. Okay, they may not win the game, but momentum shift could bring about a change of attitude, and eventually you can pry away until something happens. And in my view, these two batsmen they seem okay, but from Scott and the other two batsmen, Barnes and Binns, there's very little offense, or maybe it's because the spin is holding things together. So I have to be careful.
If I'm hearing from the Jamaican dressing room correctly, and they're very, very close to us. They want to keep the wickets intact. They're urging the players to bat on, steady, see them off, see off Prasad, see off Srivatava. Then you make a go at it.
Well, only 79 runs. Um, but then if you don't have the batting to go with it, when the pace comes back on, they may just upset things. But Jamaica is sitting pretty.
At this one rate,
And
you could depend on a wide every now and again on the ball.
you are so
Yeah,
correct. You are so
definitely.
correct. Yeah, but it wouldn't be a nice thing, or it wouldn't be wise of me to say, well, the Americans can come back into the game and win it. But like I'm saying is that whenever you're fighting a battle like this, you're looking for every simple opportunity, every little straw you try to hold on so that you can get the advantage, get some advantage. And if you can pry a wicket by holding things together in terms of drying up the runs, you pry wickets. Having pried wickets, as you go lower into most batting orders, the potency of the batting disappears. The cutting
And that
edge,
is exactly what Jamaica is trying to
avoid.
avoid.
That's right. That's right. Bat long, bat late. So what they're doing is just what their coach wants.
Correct.
Okay. They're having water break as we speak. The game between the Leewards and the Windwards seem to have been at the end. It has ended with the Windwards having the victory. The Leewards all being bowled out for 118, facing 124. That was quite a close game. Disappointing for many persons in the Leewards, but that's cricket. It's cricket. And so these things do happen.
Here comes another spinner.
Hmm?
Here comes another spinner.
Oh, third one. $200 and something or five. Australia got, Oops. But we're back with the action, and
A new bowler.
Captain Barnes just hit the ball on too long on and got himself a single. A new bowler is operating. He's calling now for Nitish to come further in. Now he's bowling to Benz. Cut away down to, misfield, allows another run. Benz cut that one hard down to extra cover, down to the cover area, and he misfield, allowing 2 runs. So Ben is off the mark, as far as I'm concerned. Benz.
This is Batia, another spinner.
Right arm leggy, looks like.
There's a slip, there's a backward point, there's a short cover, a sweeper on the extra cover boundary, long on and long off. Deep mid wicket, a backward square and a short mid wicket. A 5-4 field. They're changing personnel. They've taken out the slip and straighten the offside field. Batia. Cut, ball not being timed well. Rolls on the bat. He rehearses the shot. Here is Batia to bowl to Bins. 135 for 3. Reaches forward, pushes into the offside. No run.
Yeah, right arm leggy batter, his name is?
Batia.
Batia. There was a shot that Benz played, seems to have bobbled it. I thought there was some movement on the ball, and his intention to get back and crush it. I think the ball may have straightened and maybe or didn't go away as he expected. I'm not directly behind the bowler's arm, but it appeared that he did not he didn't take into account the movement back into him, and so he bobbled it. There's another bowler. They're back to the pace now. Back to the pace.
Yeah, I think this is Gag. Aya Gag. Yes, Gag is warming up. It is 12-1. Okay, a bit busy, but okay. No, I have to call you back in an hour. Will do, yes.
Wide ball delivered by bowler. Floating down the leg side. And the wide ball. 136, sorry, for 3. And facing up is Captain Barnes. In comes Gag. Outside the off stump. Taken. Of course, the Jamaicans are trying to bat late, bat low in the order, and not to lose any more wickets. The 2 spin bowlers that created the problem, their overs are almost over. One of them has 8 overs. And so in comes Gag. Short ball up. He spanks it up over extra cover. 2 runs. So it's a slow process from here. There wouldn't be any big 6 and 4s, given the fact that the wicket doesn't allow, and the two opening batsmen are already um, in the hutch. Now, having said that, I have to be careful because uh, Barnes could be explosive. It seems.
Yes, he just played an expensive drive.
Yes, seems as though he has the ability.
He used his feet to the medium pacer. Again, an attempt at him of winning him out. Mahish.
A big lug is Barnes.
Yes, there have been matches all over St. Kitts and one in Nevis, one in Conway, one in St. Paul's, and one here in Cayon. Here is Barnes exploring the possibility of a single. We have Jamaica and Team USA 1 in a tight battle. Initially, I thought it was an easy victory for the USA, having scored well over 200, four ones and over, on a track like this, which offers help to the spinners. But then the Jamaican openers surprised me tremendously. They were very aggressive. I know another aggressive shot coming from Barnes, but this time there's a sweep out there, and the hustle back for two. So two expansive drives from Barnes, getting him 4 runs, 2 twos in this over. He goes up to 12. Binge still on 2.
Yeah, Barnes seems to have the ability to be explosive. However, the bowling is really tight though at this point in time, so it doesn't give him the privilege, the chance to explore his expanses. But let's hope that maybe later we can see him explode into something really much better. 71 more runs to go, 146 for 3. And of course, Jamaica standing rather pretty. But when I saw Scott, I didn't see the ability to score runs as freely as were both Virgo and Brian. Totally different batsmen. Well, there you go. There was a nice drive from Benz down to wide long off, if you want to call it extra cover, and the fielder made a meal of it, allowed it through his hands, and it went for 4.
And this is why some people say cricket is very boring, because from here on in, all you need to do is play like this.
Yes.
You get a little extra 4 now and again, and you need 3 singles, 3-4 singles over, and your victories are short. So you don't need that attacking array of shots that you keep talking about to
Or
win
risks.
this game.
Or taking
Or
risks.
risk, yeah. It's now 145 with 22 overs remaining. So you need that's 55 and 10. 65 runs. 65 runs in about 20 overs. That's typical 3 runs and over. You don't need a boundary. You don't need any attacking shots. Rotate the strike.
Well, you need the boundaries, you don't need risks.
You don't need risk, of course. So just play to your strengths. If the ball not there, you don't hit it. Scott was trying to force the issue by playing a cover drive and it wasn't there. The ball caught the outer portion of the bat, skied, and didn't fall to the ground. Fell in the hands. Bold.
Bold. There is Barnes playing, not covering his stumps, but trying to pat it out on the offside. The ball was lined up. He didn't cover. There was no foot movement across the wicket. There was no playing the ball up in front of him. He simply played as though the ball would have gone away from him. And he missed it. And he was, because there was no second line of defense, he was bowled.
The fourth wicket for Jamaica goes down. They're scoring 145. There's still 65 runs adrift of victory. And with 6 wickets in hand, the captain is making his way back to the pavilion after playing back in a similar fashion to Brian, both being bold, playing back when they should be forward. This time the ball was bat here, much to the glee of the American players. They're now in search of 6 wickets in these last 20 overs for victory.
How possible is that?
Very possible.
Very possible. Well, the Jamaicans, on the other hand, has 66 runs to deal with, and all of 27 overs, sorry, 23 overs to deal with that.
Well, let's say 22, because this one is about finished. 22 point something.
Seems so. Again, the spinner, that's the end of the 28th over. Again, the spinner creating some difficulty, asking questions. 2 runs were had from a delivery that took an outside edge and went through to the offside in the point area and the third man area, and 2 runs were had. Again, there is this thing about facing the spin bowler on this track that is very challenging, and both teams have struggled when it comes to spin on this track.
Just having to manage, because Sweet Sand was doing quite a good job. Well, the game is well set. 147 for 4. Batsman number 6 and number 5 in. Binns and McKenzie. Here is Gag to Binns. Edge.
Out.
And out.
Out. Here's a delivery that's lined up outside off. It was wider than the offside. He could have allowed it to. He pushed at it. The ball took the edge and went on to the keeper.
So now you're down to your middle order, probably the last recognized batsman.
And still 64 runs to go.
The wicketkeeper bat, Nelson.
There are many possibilities, Al, many possibilities as it relates to a win in cricket. You could be well positioned, well good, and all of a sudden things begin to happen. Now, this is a pace bowler that got that wicket. So
he was always bowling good.
He was always bowling well.
He has a whip. His bowling action gives him a whip. Courtney Walsh, the last one I know, had a whip out of delivery.
When the whip, sometimes there's movement.
Movement and bounce.
That's right.
Well, certainly they think they're in with a chance.
Yeah, there's some chirping out there with the even from the main coach, the head coach of the of Team America, uh, and on the field there's quite a bit of hype. Uh, 5 wickets down, into the middle order, and one wonders what will happen.
In comes shot, tuck the batsman up. He gets behind it.
St. Kitts and Nevis. 200 for 5.
Here is Gag to bowl to Nelson. Gag. Nelson's pushing it into the outside. Looking for one. When they get the one. Oh, it looks like he's out. Confusion, he's out. He's out. The umpire's giving him. In my opinion, I thought he was out. It nicked the stump before he got there. And it was a one out.
You know, stranger things has happened in cricket, sir. And
So Jamaica is 6 down now.
6 down for 147.
47.
They are still 64 runs adrift. How potent are the next 4 wickets? That is my question. As you see, you have assets, and these assets has a certain level of potency. And as you get lower in most cricket orders, your potency falls off, and the ability to make runs, in my view, disappears or gets smaller, unless something really bizarre happens, like somebody at the end, go into an attack mode.
Well, August really took his time before he raised his finger. So the celebration was belated. But I thought he was out. The stump was broken. Mr. Nelson was nowhere near the crease. 2 wickets falling in quick succession. One from the edge of the bat, the other from a one out route. So from 147 for 4, it's now 147 for 6. The man who did the damage with the ball, or who helped to do the damage with the ball, number 21.
238 for 6.
Laws has gone to the crease, but he will not face. McKenzie will, because he would know those at the top and the northern end. Here is Gag to bowl to McKenzie. McKenzie leaving it outside the house stump. Shoulders, arms, and the chopping continues. USA back on top.
The chopping has increased since these wickets are falling. We're looking at another 21 overs. That's 70 balls yet. 64 runs.
Edge going through the slips, and they give a chase. 1-1 so far. And this time, there's a call saying, don't run.
Yes, it's getting tense really as we speak to you. When we look at the numbers as they are, 147 means there's 64 runs yet. 20 overs, 120 balls. That's 20 overs is about 120 balls. So we have 130 plus balls yet, and 60 runs still adrift. Of course, how good are the bottom half of the Jamaican team? That we'll have to see. Now the ball seems to be coming through at a zip.
That has to be the whip from
from the bowler. Yeah. They're changing positions pretty quickly. When the openers were there, they were drooping, and now they are hyped.
Batty to continue. McKenzie to face. Batty to McKenzie. 20 to the onside, looking for one. It's there, it's on. He gets one, looking for two. He's going to get the two as well. So 2 more runs at 150. One of applause.
Oh, come. You come down here. Can't move the table again.
Stroke down to the offside by McKenzie, a single. Is he exposing Laws or is Laws competent enough to handle Batty? That is the question. Here is Batty going over the wicket to the left-hander still. In fact, there are two left-handers there. Batty blocks into the. Yeah, so he's asking for a single. McKenzie's not even batting with him.
No. 150, 154 for 6. And of course, 60 runs yet. A good game in perspective, Al. In the next 10 overs, we'd see quite some action.
I think it's going to go down to the last 5 overs to determine this game.
End of the over. The Jamaicans would have a chance to regroup, have a talk, look at their position. The Team America, of course, changing positions quickly, chirping quite loudly in some cases, and having a glimpse into what could be an upset victory over Jamaica. So here comes Passard again. Not They were thinking about a single, but of course, they both agreed not to chance it. 151. This could be the last over for
Gag.
Gag.
Tick down the inside. Good stop by Mahesh, the keeper. That one came off the tie pad. So at least saved some runs indeed. He's scrambling to his right. Picking up the line early and preventing the ball from going any further.
And that prevented him from. In fact, he touched his thigh pad. There was no wide ascribed to.
No wide, no leg boys, no ones. Here is Gag. Gag to McKenzie. McKenzie is looking. This time it's wide. And this time they're coming to get it. They're looking for two. They won't get two.
That easily could have been 2 runs, Al. But the batsman number 27, McKenzie, seemed to have 21, decided early that there was only one. So he didn't hustle. Turned his back on his partner. And,
but 2 runs added nonetheless, because it was a wide and I won.
Could have been 3.
No, 153. 153 for 6. Driving outside the stump is lost. Making no connection. Much to the chagrin of the Feelers. One for how much? 6.3 overs, 1 for 41 is Gag. Looking for a second, trying to make Lars his second victim. Gag comes in, drives out into the outside, the single is on.
I'm afraid the running, the attitude of the runners doesn't seem like they really want to hustle. Content with just one in spite of.
Well, just one was the only option there, but they could have gotten two. The ball went beyond the wicketkeeper. Here's Gag to McKenzie. Lifts that one high and far.
Oh.
The umpire is now raising his hands. 6 runs. You're wondering about the competence of the batsman?
Yes, I was questioning the word I use for that is how potent they are. I can see now that he is capable of doing the do. The ball was pitched up and he went into his hit, and he was successful. No,
This
that
time
was a
Gag
good
pulled back.
one.
Yeah, he pulled it back a bit. I had it going across the batsman.
It's a good contest going on. McKenzie seems capable, and
50 runs in 20 overs.
yeah, 20 overs is something like 120 balls
To get 50 runs.
to get 50 runs. So there was no need.
But 4 wickets.
There was no need to lose this game to say, well, you don't have sufficient balls.
Changing end is Shrivastava. He's coming back. About 2 overs left. This is 9th over. He picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 25 from his 8 overs. He and Prasad have been the most successful bowlers so far. Getting support from Gag, who just picked up 1. Shrivastava drives. Coming off the outer edge, going down to backward point area. No run. That was Laws this time.
Attempting a drive, not getting hold of it, and
Again, he drives, but this time straight to the man at short extra cover. Sweetan is there. Forward defensive this time. It's going to be a tight game, whichever way. It's going to go down to the last 5 hours to be determined. This time the single is on. As Lars gets a single out to mid-on.
just off the mark, by the way, Laws. It's been in for a while. And
McKenzie tucking into the onside. But his 13th one. It's supposed to be 162.
162.
162 for 6. Inching along is Team Jamaica. Trying to get to the total made by Team USA 1. The stronger of the two USA teams that are here in this competition. Edge, asking, edge, and finger goes up for caught behind.
Finger goes up.
Caught behind, he's out.
One thought it was there for the stumping.
Yeah, but Oggies wasn't moved at all.
Because the stumping was not there.
And
so the other
umpire, the presiding umpire
gave him out caught behind. And so Jamaica has lost their
seventh
wicket. Number 19 walks to the wicket, out to the crease.
That's James.
And it's 162 for 7.
In
48 runs yet. 48 runs adrift. And of course, one wonders.
I think it was Laws. Laws was the man who was given out.
Laws was I thought it was for a stumping. But seems as he was given one caught behind.
Yes, and he's clearly coming back to the dressing room not happy at all.
Yeah, well.
Probably he thinks that he did not make contact with the ball.
I'm not angry with him. When I got
but Prasad didn't think so.
Even when I got out clean bowled, I was angry with someone. Even if it was, angry with myself, yeah. So out caught behind.
Prasad, a wicket taker. He has 7 overs, 17 runs, 1 wicket so far. He's going to bowl to Nikolai McKenzie. McKenzie is being joined by his opening bowling partner, James. Hit back down the track. Prasad sacrificing his body to stop that one. So the opening bowlers are the ones required to do the job for Jamaica now. But they have a bat in their hand, not a ball. Here is Prasad to McKenzie. Shot, banged into the outside. Single is on this time. Out to long off. 1-1. 163 now for 7. James to face. James facing Prasad. James blocks and runs. The mix up, no. They're home.
It was almost to run out there. He blocked. Take a couple explode-out steps, they thought they were. And then eventually they came through for the single.
164 for 7. .3 overs bowled. Prasad up to the wicket now. James put him at the ball to him. Sorry, that was McKenzie. James the non-striker. Turning to the onside, looking for runs. They got one at least, and one is at best.
Yeah, the Jamaicans, since the fall of these two opening batsmen, they were when the last one got out, they were 94 runs required, and since then it has been a very slow decline and a shifting of the guards, the taking over of the Team America from the taking the initiative away, which makes me question the had those two guys not gotten off to this 111 run partnership, what would have been? Um,
Maybe that's where their strength lies.
apparently,
The two openers.
um, somehow I like Scott. He is resolute in defense, but I think he's more suited to the longer version. When he tried to be offensive, he gets out easy.
166 for 7. 33 overs bowled. 17 overs left. Quick single down to the man at backward square, shot backward square. A miscued shot from McKenzie. James now to take guard and face.
Been a lot of changes to the field made on either side of the wicket.
And I think this is
Yes.
now Srivatawa's last over. Srivatava to James. Out into the aerial, going down to the boundary, the man giving chase. 1, 2. That's all they'll get.
Yeah, that was a check drive. He was trying not to drive it, but it struck the bat and it ballooned in the air for quite a while. Nobody got under it, and they had 2 runs. Had it been to a fielder, it would have been an easy catch,
Easy
but
catch, yeah.
it was away from the fields. The fielder.
Picked the gap.
So 2 runs were had.
Here is Srivatava to James. Blocks. Defensively, no one. Sweetan helping the ball back to the bowler. Now. Sweetan was a star with the bat, making a top score of 80 odd runs. Srivatava for defensive from James again. Number 6 and number 9 batting for Jamaica. Trying to inch along to the winning target. Outside edge, you're taking the single. It's on. James will face again. And now Srivatava is over in terms of his bowling. His bowling probably just has 1 or 2 more balls left in his spell. Picked up 2 wickets. McKenzie to face up. McKenzie goes skyward. And this is in the ground. This is in the ground. This could be taken. 8 wickets down now.
Yeah, McKenzie went for an almighty heave. In fact, it was not on. It went high within the ground, and the fieldsman at a short long off or short extra cover, as it were, came in and took a fine catch. This puts Jamaica in a very precarious position. 8 wickets down, 41 runs adrift. And
the other McKenzie replaces this McKenzie.
Yeah, that puts Jamaica in a very bad position.
Rashawn McKenzie. Now he's joining his pace partner. I made a mistake earlier.
Well, cats among the pigeon. One would never think when the score was 111 without loss and just 101 runs to go. One wouldn't think that was the case, but Team America's clawed their way back in. From them, the spin came on. There was a dramatic shift in all things. A shift in attitude, a shift in the number of runs, a shift in the attitude of the people on the field, the chirping, the high fives, all came. Yeah, there's a shift. And of course, now it seems, I don't know if I should say it, that Team America seems to be in the ascendancy with 7 wickets down, with 8 wickets down,
Yeah, that was 8 wicket that fall.
41 runs adrift.
Yeah, they would think that they can pick up 2 wickets in the last 17 or 16 point. Overs, 16.5 overs also.
16.5. Anything is possible. At least they can have a rally from these 2 final wickets for Jamaica, taking them over the line. We've seen this happen many times in cricket, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. And if anybody has done that today, it's Team America. They seem to have been defeated 111 without loss. 111 without
Several times they
loss.
were down because I think they were 105 for 7.
Another dramatic shift.
Well, it will take another innings like Switan to handle the bowlers, get to the boundaries, turn over the scores, protect the tail. He's well in for man of the match. 41 runs, 16 overs. And Batia will bowl a lot of these. He's probably going to continue until he comes tucked into the onside. They're quickly in. As Nitish quickly in, preventing any form of a run.
Deshaun James.
Yes. For defensive is Mr. James. Batia, James defense. They're tightening their scores. All they're looking for is 2 wickets. Meanwhile, James and Rashawn McKenzie must find ways in getting 40 odd ones, 41 ones. Edge dropped. This time we get a single. Throw up to the far end. No overthrows. Debate going on as to whether who should have taken that catch, but it was suddenly coming off the edge. And it gave James a life. .170, 30 and 10, 40 ones to go.
So this is Redwood.
No, I think Redwood is the number 11 batsman. This is Rashawn James, number 30.
Yeah, Rashawn James. Yeah,
Rashawn McKenzie, sorry.
Rashawn McKenzie. Oh, number 30. So Redwood is number 11.
He's the only one left in the shed. 8 down. He's the only one left in the shed with pads on. I can't put on pads. The rest already visited and returned.
Jamaicans, if they lose this match, they have only themselves to blame, given the great position they were in at one point. 107 for, I think, what's 8 for the other team, and recovered
105 for 7.
105 for 7, recovered to 210, which is what I said that if they bat well enough, they can make 200. And now Jamaica is simply fighting for its life. And with 8 wickets down, 40 runs adrift, it's a sad way away from what it ought to have been or what they would have liked. Lots of changing of the field and movement. Pace bowler number 2 comes back.
I don't think we saw this one, you know. This might be a new.
It's the first one.
No.
Shani.
Shani returns. He had 1 over before. It cost him 11 runs. There was a time when the guys were going great guns. And he goes way outside the house stump. The umpire deems it a legal ball. $60 balls, 40 runs. It's a 59 balls. Shani. Shani bowls. Covers up. There's James covering up, pushing it to the outside. No run. Anyway, now we're getting a noise. Everybody's shopping. Shani to James. Way outside our stump. Again, he gets away with it.
His job is to make sure no runs are scored. On the other hand, James is supposed to score the runs. He bowls wide up off stump, and they're left. They're legitimate deliveries and good deliveries.
Here, let's see what will happen this time. Again, he comes in.
Wide,
This time
now
he calls wide.
Yes.
Yes, Passad, umpire Passad. Deem that one wide. So the score moves on by 1. $171. Shani, James. Edge.
It's a way
Intelligent
to
edge.
down to third
Down,
man.
yes, down to third man. You only get 1. There's no slip in place. That look as if it'll go straight on the throat of first slip.
It was a bit low though. It's a bit low.
Yeah, we probably would have to dive, but that's a part of it. Dive forward. Shami in his second over. No wickets for 13 ones. 13 so far. Defending is Rashan McKenzie. Dab down into the gully area. Batsman calls for 1, and that's all they'll get. So they're still showing a little bit of fight, the Jamaicans.
3 runs in that over.
Yep.
Wide, 2 singles. Not bad.
That's required.
That is what is required. Jamaicans, on the other hand, would have to come up with 38 runs.
Yes,
Still possible.
three
Still
runs were
possible.
over times 14. More than enough. But they'll have to get continuing along that line.
So they just have to take 3 runs per over.
Yes, with an odd boundary.
You don't want to take it down to the wire. You want to finish it before, so that you could be sure you don't put yourself under
Will you get
any
more
undue
points?
pressure.
Or on? You want to take it down to the wire. Put more pressure on the fielders, more pressure on the bowlers. The ball while nervous. Tanting ball type situation.
Yes.
Here is batter to ball to McKenzie. A big hit going out of the grounds, and it looks like if just fall just short, they get 1, they get 2.
Okay. Now, earlier I spoke to you about the potency of the remaining assets after the 2 wickets fell, after the 2 openers fell. I'm speaking in terms of, I'm speaking like the persons in the bank, talking about assets and all kind of things. Well, yes, there were 8 wickets standing at the time. I spoke of how potent are they.
Yeah, but the court Lewis method doesn't take that into consideration. Wickets are wickets.
Wickets are wickets.
Yes. A big swing, an attempted stumping, no contact.
Yeah, that was a ball that was short, was bouncing. He might have done better if he had tried playing it on the offside than going across it. Might have had a single somewhere, but
Maybe he does not have that ability to play on the outside.
that
Maybe his
is-
strength is to swing into the onside as we saw him did and picked up 2 valuable ones a while ago.
and that was high risk because there's a man down on the deep backward or mid wicket boundary. There's a run.
Then he's backing himself to beat the man on the boundary if he goes for that. Oh, that ball took out.
It's getting down to the wire. Another 34 runs. Lots of balls.
Edge down to the
8
gully
wickets.
area.
8 wickets down.
1 more one.
It's possible to go anyway as we look at it now. If Jamaicans do not lose a wicket and it gets to about 10 runs, I think game over. If a wicket falls now, game over. My predictions are normally always wrong. So let's hope, from a Jamaican standpoint, they are.
James to face. Shani to bowl. Shani up to the wicket now. Ball knocks it down. Negative is the communication regarding the single. Ball being relayed to Shani. And they're hoping they still want the 2 wickets before those 30 odd ones. 23 and 10, 33 ones now. Left arm over the wicket. Into James. Tuck on one, he's saying, yeah. No, says Rashawn McKenzie.
I think because of the Jamaican posture in terms of defense, trying not to get out, that they're missing out on opportunities to score. If you look at the ball prior to that one, that could have been a square cut down for 4. But because of the current situation and their willingness not to get out.
Remember you was talking about number 9, number 10, eh?
Yes.
how many shots would they have in the armory, square cut and that kind of thing. May not be a part of their armory.
True.
Oh, there's the armory. Edge. So all I can
32.
get a single, another one. 178 for 8.
You said 3 balls over for the next 14. 3 runs over the next 14 can win them the game
Yes.
at the time.
And they've had 2 so far from this. One more single and they're on target. I think he has 2 more balls to get at least one single in this over and then not worry about it. Dug down to the outside. Fielded. So comes in. They get an overthrow. They get 2 more ones instead of a single.
Those singles in between the sixes, and so they have helped the Jamaican cause quite well. And these two are taking every possible single. I don't think they're putting away every bad delivery that is available. But once it comes to a single, they are really maximizing on them.
Sani defends. No. Clear and crisp. Shout of no from Rashawn McKenzie.
So another 13 left.
180 from 13 over. 13 overs. We have 20 and 10. 31 from 13 overs.
30 runs from 13 overs.
Yeah. Not much of an equation
Not much.
in favor of the bowlers, but we must mention only 2 wickets left. Number 9 and number 10 batting.
And what value do you put on those two?
Well,
Again, I'll go back to my question. How potent are they? How possible?
So far they're doing good.
They're doing well so far.
1 and 6, 1 and 8.
I like that they're holding their bat straight in defense, and I hope any time come to be offensive, they will do that as well.
Tucked into the outside, a quick single, a misfield.
2.
They've been discouraged from going to the second one. Single all in the over.
Yeah.
They need at least 3 singles. And take it down late. It's 20 to 5 now. Javon, good shot straight, down to
Single.
long off, a single.
Yeah, the batsman seem to have some confidence, doing a little dance, trying to upset the guy who will throw the ball.
Well, that one beat everybody, the batsman and the wicketkeeper and the slip fielder.
Yeah. And it was a very slow delivery.
There was Batia trying to tease him out of the crease. Tried to tease him, force him into an injudicious shot. He missed. Here comes Batia again, loops it up, shot outside the off stump. There was that one to go through.
Three runs per over required. One guy has 7, one guy has not, or 9.
Up the face of the bat, gets the single. The second single in the over. Boring stuff, but tense stuff as the Jamaicans inch closer and closer to victory. And the Americans try hard to get the second 2 more wickets. He comes again, bat here. He drives pass him on a short extra cover or to a wideish long off, they can only get one.
I don't know if you can call this boring, Hal. This is good stuff in terms of regular cricket lovers or ordinary cricket lovers.
But you're
This
not
i- it
seeing
is
you're
it
not
is
seeing the Timbers struck, you're not seeing
6 and
expansive
4s.
shots. Yes.
No, but those who know the game of cricket and those who are privileged enough to love it would appreciate what they're seeing here.
Yes, yes, I agree.
Yes.
That's why I also said it's tense because the equation is 18 and 10, 28 runs.
26 runs as we speak.
26.
Yeah. It says, is it 26 or 36? 26. 26. 182 for 8. There was one batter still in the pavilion. And they're
Two out here.
2 out here. They are ticking away at it. They are another 12 overs after this one.
A chop into the offside. One and one only.
This is not gag. One of the gags, I think. Utilitarian.
Left hand bowler. Oh, yeah, aerial gag.
It's a gag. Number 3.
Gag continuing his spell. Outside off stump. Asking for the edge, doesn't get it.
Well, you know, with a slip in place, there's
What
no
that
need.
figure be, John?
With a slip in place, there's no need to ask for the edge.
Here he has to ask.
You want the full face of
Mr.
the bat,
He wants James to
guiding
edge
it
it.
down to third man.
He wants James to edge it. This is
Okay.
eight. This is 8 over. He has 1 for 49. Area gag. He's leaving it outside the house, asking for a bye. 1. Looking for 2. They said no.
You see, the
Kingston,
tentativeness,
Montego Bay, Clarendon, Negril Beach, everybody said no.
the tentativeness as it relates to a second run came from that run out. They're afraid of being run out.
Gag in bowling. Tucked into the onside. Yes, it says quick single is on. He's there. Knocked off the bails. Did
That's what some people
Nitish?
call a quick single. It was hit straight to the field, man, but it was hit not with pace. So he gave himself time.
Oh, Shani was the one. Yeah,
Yes.
Shani was the one, and Shani stood on the stumps, but Sean McKenzie was only home. 187. 187. No, no, no.
That's a Bajan man, boy. That's a Bajan man.
Here comes the ball. Edge into the outside. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, that one into the gap. Giving chase over the boundary. 4 runs. 4 valuable runs.
Yes, it's a welcome 4 for the Jamaicans. And of course, as the sun sets slowly on the St. Mary's Park, the pressure rises in some areas. And in my view, the tension, of course, is still high. The Jamaicans are crawling their way to 210. The Team America #1 is trying their best. The final power play has been signaled. The entire drama is is so catching if you were at St. Mary's. And with that boundary, it's been a boundary. It's a boundary for a very long time. John, the last thing at the boundary, half on the one. You don't know. Okay. It's been a while since we had a boundary. It's been a couple of twos and a whole heap of singles. I must say that the Jamaicans have run well in between wickets, even when they were at their top, 100 and 111 without loss. They were running very well between the wickets, and that seemed to have continued. There was one glitch when there was a run out, and the gentleman who got run out, his back was turned. Long forward defensive.
From Rashawn McKenzie. But yeah, once again trying. But yeah, looping it up. Hit. Into his pad and then down the wicket. Caused a groan from the umpire. From the side, wicket keeper. Hoping that one would have come to him, but it played it onto his own self. His bat here. For defensive, quick sinking into the offside. And the dressing room for Jamaica is cheering at everyone.
Jamaicans do have a right to cheer everyone, given their the way things were and the way things were falling apart. May 18 runs left, am I right? 18?
Yeah, 8 and 10. 18, yes.
18 runs. That is really tempting the batsman, floating it high.
That's what Bat has been doing. He's trying to invite them to hit down to long off, and he also have a feel out on the sweeping boundary and the cover boundary.
The Jamaicans do have balls to spare.
Yeah,
They
ball
don't
is
have to
another
rush.
question, yeah.
There's no need to worry. When there were 43 runs,
54 balls to get 18 runs.
right? When there were 45 runs adrift, I thought that it was all done and dusted. And now they have crawled their way back just by sensible batting, singles and twos. One boundary came
The
in
occasional four.
The occasional four. They have crawled themselves right back into contention. Another 18 runs adrift. 192 now for 8. Cricket has a strange way of, coming across. If another wicket falls before those 18 runs, then is when you would see excitement.
John, what's that? Well, this might be their last attempt to play out these last 2 wickets. We're bringing back. What's that? One for 23. Prasad, the man they're going to use to try to play out these last 2 wickets. McKenzie leaves outside the half stump. A bit of style and fashion.
Reminds you of Courtney Walsh, somehow?
Yeah, well, a far cry from Courtney Walsh. Okay. He tucks the bat under the arm and he's finished. Prasad, again, teasing outside the half stump. Again, Rashawn McKenzie leaves it outside the half stump. If the overs continue like this, Jamaica will win. So they're telling him to urge him to challenge the bat rather than just stay outside the half so we can leave them.
So that's 3 balls and
No
no
one.
runs.
4 balls, no ones.
No runs.
2 legal balls left.
This is going to be a maiden.
But he's gonna finish. This will be his last over. Yeah, here they get in the single. 193 for 8. 17 more. 49 balls. Here is Prasad. James is choking it to the outside. They go for a quick single. They get it two as a bit of a misfield and look like they're looking for two. And the finger goes. They jumped in the second one and the
You know, I was told in school when my coach spoke to me, never run on a misfield. Never run on a misfield. Now, the ball was stroked away. A single was on without any risk. And then the ball was misfielded. It was parried away to the other guy. A second one was seen. So they took off. But then that is where things fell down. Where he was beaten to the crease, run out. So what was 197 for 8 is now 9.
197 for 9. But
197
I would say you got bad coaching.
No, never run on a misfield.
Well, bad coaching, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. I don't agree with you really because
That's why I say I don't agree with you. You have to assess every situation.
every situation is different.
Right. So,
But-
so you can't make the blanket statement of
But
never
you
run.
had there was a single.
Right, assess
Wait,
that situation.
there was a single which was well taken. But the other one was considered when a misfield took place.
My point is, what kind of misfield? That was not a. That was. That was.
You think 2 runs was on? After
I don't think so in that situation. Which is what
in
I'm
that
saying.
situation, okay.
Assess every one. But the ball didn't
Every-
go very far.
Hence he got run out. The guy didn't go very far from
Right,
the
so
from
my
the
point
misfield.
as a cricket coach is to assess the situation, this way it is, and then you go for the one.
You can't make a blanket statement.
Can't make a blanket statement, never
But
run a
more
misfield.
times out of 10, people who get run out, some of them is on a misfield.
Okay. Miscommunication too.
That too.
I can safely say the only time I almost murdered a human being was when I got one out. Right here
You got run out in a match.
in a match. Yes. So it's down to the
Yeah.
last pair now.
Last pair.
Tomorrow Redwood, wearing number 10, has joined, but he's not striking. He has the one out a card and the non-striking end. He's asking for the single, and he'll advise now asking him to look for 2.
Yeah, I can look for 2. So, how good is Redwood? Can he stay the course?
He's a good leg spinner.
Yeah, can he stay the course in situations like these? $195? 195.
195 for 9.
Yes.
Still
16 runs out.
5 and 10. 15 runs adrift. Mari Redwood, forward defensive to Batia. Here is Batia. Continue to Redwood. Redwood blocks it out. And they're asking for something. But that one came off the batting far as I'm concerned. But yeah,
Al, are you aware at this point that the game could be finished in one ball?
yes, the Americans are here too. That's the one ball they're looking for.
One ball.
Out of these remaining
8 overs.
8 overs, yeah, 8 overs. I think one ball.
9 overs. Oh,
Edge.
ah.
Edge.
I heard the edge. I heard
And
the edge.
given. The Americans are cock a hoop. They've won this game by some 14 runs.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of the match. It was given out by the umpire, out caught. And Al, you might have heard the little thud. I think I heard something when the ball came through. And I had no doubt that he would have been given out. So Team America, number one, has won this match from a very precarious position at one point, 105 for 7. They rallied to 210. And then the Team Jamaica was up 111 without loss. And of course, with about 99 runs yet to go, they lost their first wicket and they never made that 99. All out for 106 and 95. Al, thank you very much, sir.
Well, on behalf of the other commentator, VJ, who was here with us, we say it's a pleasure being bringing this West Indies on the 19 tournament to you. The USA team is a part of the competition after some collaboration with Cricket West Indies. And so they have an invitational team, but nonetheless providing some good competition as they've won their first game by some 14 runs. Team Jamaica ended up on the losing side. Leeward's also the loser for today, losing a close game to the Windwards. So Windwards and Team USA 1 are in the winners column after round 1 of the matches here. Well, the matches are on 3rd, 6th, 9th, 12th, 15th, 18, 21, and 24. So we will be back with you on about the 6th of July.
Yeah.
A second match will be here at Cayon. There's also a game in St. Paul's and also a game at Connery and one in El Camino Village Park in Nevis. So with that, we say goodbye.